How's it going, everybody? I'm back with another live stream. I told you I was gonna do this. I told you I was gonna do multiple, like try and do it multiple times a day. Oh my god, try to do it multiple times a week. I'm off to a great start already, and I am very excited about this. I have some cool stuff that I am very loud apparently. Let's see, how's that? Nope, that's still quite loud. How's that? I'm using the wrong mic. Really? No, I think that's the right mic. I think it's just, sounds like a webcam. It should not. Here, let me listen back to it here. Sounds right to me. I'm listening to it. It sounds fine to me. Sounds right to me. There is a little. I have a fan going down here. Maybe that's what you're hearing. I don't know. I'm listening to it. It sounds fine. All right, that's getting a little too meta for me. I fixed it. Yeah, I think my microphone starts off extremely loud, and I don't know how to fix that because in order to keep the video and the audio synced, I have to like have the mixing board. I have to pipe my audio through the ATEM, and then that goes into OBS. Damn, we got 10 people already. That's pretty awesome. Hello, Bernsey. All right, so one of the things I wanted to do, I wanted to get this, the chat set up and looking really nice. Because apparently, I don't know if it's just because I kept the yesterday's stream unlisted, but the chat was not appearing. It wasn't in the sidebar. I couldn't pull it up. So I want to make sure that the chat is available. But I'm also pretty interested in setting up my Stream Deck. And I was like, if I just, if I'm like, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God, I'm totally blanking. If I'm going to be doing this, like, I could be like talking to you guys as well while I do it. So why not just do it and then come back to it? Thank you, Mickey. I appreciate that. YouTube chats are so, man, I don't know. I'm of two minds about it, but for the most part, I'm not a big fan. Also, I'm trying to multi-stream on Twitch as well, but it doesn't even seem to be working. If I go to my channel, is it going to come up? What is going on? I don't know. We'll see what happens with Twitch. It says I'm offline on Twitch. Stop. Whatever. I don't care about Twitch, really. I want to do this on YouTube. It's just not great, Bernsey. Welcome, everybody. We've got Yvonne Cheese. Hello. Toro Mac, whatever happens, happens. Yeah. Twitch is really dead, but I am a Twitch partner. I don't know how I'm a Twitch partner, but I am. I think I was like a Twitch partner like back in frickin', I don't even know, 20 like 16 or 17 or something. And then they never like removed it. Dang. So the chat seems to be disappearing behind the window here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make the semi-transparent background even less transparent. We're going to make this like 90%. That's still hard to read. So I'm going to go in to my chat overlay, and I'll just share my screen with you guys so you can see what I'm doing. Oh yeah, that's going to be interesting. So whatever. So this is like, OBS is cool. I'm on Windows right now, full disclosure. I have been working on some client stuff that requires me to be on Windows. I apologize. I don't want to have any illusions. I do use Windows, even though I hate it. I try not to use it as much as possible, but sometimes I just have to. Let's see here. So I want to give all of the text. Let's just do this. Let's go. So the chat is actually like a browser built into OBS. And if I say text shadow, like 0, 0, 3px black. And then if I hit OK, there it is. There is a text shadow around that. So if I go back to the ATEM, that's still pretty hard to read. That is still quite difficult. Oh, you know what I could do is make the chat bigger. I can make the text bigger. Let's do that. Let's make the text bigger. Let's say font size is 22 rem. That's probably way too big. That didn't do it? That's 12 lashes. Yeah, dude. Also, Retroid Pocket, my dude. Oh, that's not the right screen. Right here. Yeah. So I had doodlings on the Retroid Pocket. I believe that's the original one. And then I have doodlings running on Android, like my phone and a tablet as well. Honey puppy, yeah, no, absolutely. It is Windows's fault for sure. I'm gonna go back here and just make this even darker. Oh right. I was thinking, so I had the alpha channel set to 90, but that's not even half. That's nine. It goes from 0 to 255. So let's do like 150, I guess, and see how that looks. I mean, it's better. It's not great. I don't know how to make the text bigger. Is there like a zoom? No, of course not. Font size, let's change it from rem to pixels. Or point size. Boop, no, still nothing. Let's change it. Am I just like putting this in the wrong spot? Oh yeah, let's open up, here, I'll show you like my debugging process for this. We're gonna go back to screen capture, and then I'm gonna open up, I'm gonna pop out the chat. Sorry, I want to get this done, and then we'll go into doing the whatchamacallit. All right, so here's the chat window, and then if I go like this and I hit Control-Shift-I, it'll open up my DevTools in Brave, and then I can go in here and I bet you somewhere in here there's a font. Is it font size or is it text size? Font size 22 point. Way too big. So let's not do this. Let's go up here. And then somewhere there's got to be a text size, right? or a font size, whatever. So that's, it looks like that's the live stream, the text container. So if we go here and say, oh yeah, right there, font size, right here. If we adjust this, oh yeah, that's gonna be so much better. So let's say 20 pixels, and then what I'm gonna do is go back into here, and I copied the selector. So I'm gonna come down here, boop. Oops, I did not copy the selector. I copied the frickin' value. And that's going to be here. So what we want to do is overwrite this value by injecting a new CSS value here. So I'm going to put that in, and I believe that's the actual like element name. So if I say font size 20px and hit OK, now you guys are bigger. Nice. Look at that. Still not perfect, but better. And if I go back here, it's better. It is better. It's readable now. All right. Now that we've got that out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and start the namesake of this episode here of my streaming show. Whoops. We want to do that's not what I want. I want to go in here. What am I doing? Jay's 2 cents. Linux. What up? Okay. So
it's been a couple.
I haven't watched this video yet, guys. Just so you know, I have not watched this. Oh, we got it.
Weeks since we did our.
All right. So let's watch this together, and let me know. Can you guys hear this? All right. Or do I need to like bring in desktop audio?
So it's been a couple of weeks since we did our gaming on Linux, or I installed Linux, or whatever title that video is, and we're going to talk about gaming on that today, because obviously with some of the newer titles coming out, and us being curious of what kind of performance hit there is if you were to choose a full-time Linux system over.
It's a bit muffled. Okay, I can. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll put on headphones, and then I'll bring in the actual audio from my desktop. So I'm gonna add an audio source, audio output, desktop audio. Boop. Yeah. All right. And I'll turn the volume down because it'll probably be really, really loud. And I'll turn the volume down for you guys too.
Windows. We're going to talk about that today. So we got some pros, we got some cons.
All right. Was that good? Is that a good sound? Let me go back and listen to it in the live stream. Yeah. From my desktop. So I'm going to add an audio source. This is getting very meta. Yeah. All right. I'll turn the volume down because it'll probably be really, really loud. And I'll turn the volume down for you guys too. Yeah, that's quiet. All right. 20% people are saying. Let's see how this sounds here.
We got
good?
some benchmarks, we got some charts.
I'm trying to check here. Yeah, that's quiet. All right. 20% people are saying. Let's see how this sounds here. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. All right. We got this. Let's go. Let's do this. Oh wait, I wanted to also make sure I have a link to his video in the description. All right, it's updated in the description if you guys wanted to watch it on your end. But we're gonna react to this together here. And as far as, oh great, you guys are saying it's good too. As far as Jacob Bauer says, I didn't know you do live reactions. So cool. This is a first for me. I have never done a live reaction, and I'm probably gonna turn this video, this live stream into a video. I'll edit it down and make sure that it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah. Anyway, this is the first time I've done this. Also, man, we got 42 folks in here. Yeah, dude, if you guys want, I can react to other ones too before I start editing this video after we're done with this. There is actually another one I want to react to, and it's from Deno, I believe, or Dino. Anyway, let's get into the Jay's 2 cents video here.
And then we got kind of a twist at the end of this video, so stay tuned. For those looking for a high-end custom gaming experience, look no further than Falcon Northwest. Falcon Northwest has been building PCs made for gamers for over 30 years with a focus on a true high-end gaming experience. Custom cases available.
All right, we're gonna skip over the ad here. Also, I'm gonna hide the chat while I'm doing this so that I can edit this more easily. Chat overlay, get out of here. All right.
To see all that Falcon Northwest has to offer, follow the sponsored link in the description below. Okay, so if you haven't already seen it, we did a video where we installed Bazite. Bazite is it's an immutable version of Linux, which means you can't go in and change any of the configurations or any of the kernel files or any of that. It's basically a one-click type of install. If you
That's not necessarily true, right? Like right off the bat, I think that that's a overly simplified way of explaining that. I think that the like, because you can fully go in and like totally change Bazite in a number of ways. There's config files that you can edit, and there's also there's like system overlays that can exist in the user directory, so that things like you can set up systemd commands. You can set up like systemd profiles or whatever they call them, services. Is that the term? Yeah, it's really not as locked down as a lot of people try to make it out as. Though I will say that it is more difficult to set up, to like customize a, what's the word? Okay, guys, so you guys are witnessing how I actually do my videos, because I'm going to start and stop a ton while I'm doing this. So the fact is, and I'm probably going to go back and like say things over again, but basically it is a lot more difficult. Basically, it is more difficult to like fully customize an immutable OS, but it comes with the added benefit of being much more stable for new users, especially, and much more of a welcoming setup for new users as well. So anyway, let's get back into the video. Yeah, Falcon Northwest is still going. I remember when they made one of the first Steam machines. You guys remember that? And then Burnsy's, you think Bazite is niche? I feel like Bazite has become, I mean, it is like still a pretty low user base at this point, but like it's quickly growing. Toro says, I think we need to bear in mind that he is coming from this as a noob perspective. Oh, he absolutely is. And I'm not trying to call him out here for getting that wrong. I'm just saying, you know. Yeah, okay, I agree with that, Burnsy.
Haven't seen that video and you're curious about how to get it installed, go and watch that. I'll try and link it down below. It's actually very, very simple and it's free, which is the #1 incentive most people have for trying to use something like Linux. Now, Linux has a ton of different builds, a ton of different distros, and it's kind of like a choose your own adventure. You could go with something as simple as Bryant, which is built specifically for gaming. Like it's built and intended to be a quick.
Guys, I just screwed this up. Oh my God, I was not recording my video portion. So you guys, first of all, you guys can't see me when I'm doing this. Oh my God. All right, we're gonna do this again here. Yeah, let's, I'm gonna just pretend like I'm rewatching it from the beginning. Actually, I need to record an intro because I haven't done that yet. So let's switch back to ATEM here. Yeah. So I'm actually going to turn this live stream into a full video. So that's kind of where my head's at with this anyway. So let's do this. Hey everybody, it's your friend and your guy and your favorite Linux reaction guy, Gardiner. I'm here today reacting to Jay's 2 cents new video. Gaming on Linux hasn't been great so far, and that doesn't fill me with confidence. So let's just get into this. I reacted to his previous one, if you want to check that out up here, and I really have enjoyed his outsider perspective because he is definitely not a Linux user. He'll be the first to tell you that. But he installed Bryant in his previous video, and in this one, it looks like he's going over his experience with Linux. So let's just get into it. Hey Cameron, how's it going? So I don't know if you guys can tell, but like I have like, I'm using my like regular voice for the most part when I'm in a video, in a live stream, and I do have kind of like an affectatious, like I don't know, character that I like put on a little bit when I'm like doing a video. So I don't know. You might see me slip in and out of that while I'm doing this. Ah, we're reacting to Jay's 2 cents, huh? More like Jay's 2 penny farthing. Okay, so what was it I said before? Oh, right, because he was saying that he was like, what's the term? Durdackle, no, yeah, you logged in at just the right time. Okay, so the first thing he said was that Linux is, Bryant is immutable and therefore it's unchangeable. So I guess, first of all, he's not really wrong about that. Like that an immutable distro means that like the core operating system files are unchangeable. But there are lots of ways that an immutable distro can be changed. So you know, he's not wrong, but he's also like, that's kind of an oversimplification. And like I said at the top, like he's not a Linux expert in this space. So, you know, I'm not going to hold getting that wrong against him for sure. All right, there we go. Now we'll switch back. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. So I'm going to screen capture the YouTube video, and you guys are only going to see that for the rest of until his video is done. Because if I keep switching back and forth, I might forget to record the YouTube video, and then this is how I'm actually going to be bringing it into OBS or into DaVinci because I'm like editing this. I am recording my camera, this one up here separately, so I'm going to pull that into DaVinci separately, and then we'll edit it together. Anyway, let's continue with the reaction. Yeah, Toro, no, he definitely, I mean, he was, but I'm not going to hold that against him like he said, like I said, because I don't think that, I don't think he did it on purpose. Like he wasn't trying to mislead anybody. I think that's his understanding of it.
Easy install, you don't have to know anything about it, which is what makes the immutable nice.
Oh my God. Hello, K-Rar.
nice. It's built on the foundation of Fedora, which is very well known. It's been around for a long time. It has a huge dev team and dev community behind it with people that are constantly helping make it better. Lots of help to if you guys run into any problems. Foreshadowing. To try and get it up and working if something happens to go wrong with it. In fact, the devs of Bazite reached out to us, and we're very thankful that we even talked about it, and we're very thankful that it exists, because we are not power users around here when it comes to Linux. We really do need the idiot's guide to Linux, and Bazite's a very good place to start there. That's mostly because of the fact that it's an immutable, but an immutable built on a foundation like Fedora gives it kind of like the best of both worlds, where you get a powerful build, but you also get a very simple build where it's very hard to go in there and mess things up. Now, one of the downsides of gaming on Linux is going to be, now specifically from the perspective of Bazite, I want to make this very clear. When I say Linux in this video, I'm referring to Bazite. And we're on Bazite 42 right now. When we installed Bazite, it was 41, but we updated to 42, which is another positive thing about Bazite is we're seeing new builds all the time. So I want to make that very clear. If I do happen to say Linux, I'm not doing an all-encompassing ideology. We're talking about Bazite specifically. So I may slip.
That's good, because like I've heard so many like content creators who aren't like in the Linux world just kind of be like, this is my experience with Pop OS, and therefore that's the entire Linux experience. And I think it's good that Jay is calling that out here. This is his experience with Bazite. So I really like that. Hey K-Rar, how's it going? Wow, Blackjack, that's pretty cool.
And just say Linux, know that that's what I mean. But there's a lot of pros to it. One, it's free. It's a quick and easy way to give the middle finger to the establishment of like Microsoft and other OSs that are just all for spy and profit these days.
Yeah, it is.
It's very, very compatible with, like, obviously Steam works on it just fine. We showed in that particular video, just about everything works. In fact, I'd gotten some feedback when we showed in our original Bazite install video that my really old game, my old title from like the early 2000s, called The Movies, which is basically The Sims, kind of like a rebranded Sims, but the whole idea is you're building a but a movie studio and building up your movie studio, wouldn't launch or work. Somebody actually reached out to me and said, hey, the game works. They were, one, surprised anyone else even knew what the game was, let alone the fact that I had it, and two, that I was trying to use it. But what they explained to me was it was actually the video player that wasn't able to play the intro video to the game. He said the game works just fine. It's just you need to install this blah, blah, blah to make the video player compatible with that type of movie file, and then it will work just fine. So it's actually kind of funny that he mentioned that, because I do remember back in the earlier days of a lot of games on Windows and Steam, that was a problem that actually happened on Windows a lot too, where a movie file couldn't play, which would stop the loading of the game.
Yeah, when he said that, you know what? I think I'm going to switch to this. And I think I'm going to hide the overlay, the chat overlay for this one right now. Anyway, I'll just crop this, and that way I can be on screen, because I'm like worried about, I don't want to like seem like I'm just streaming his video. So I'm going to do this. I'll crop me out of the bottom corner, and then I'll upload. I'll bring over my my raw camera footage and then figure that out. Anyway, whatever. So he was talking about the movies, and the movies, like, oh, what do I want to say about that? So I think that's interesting, because when I looked up the movies on ProtonDB, first of all, if a game has been delisted before ProtonDB was created, then the Steam ID will be on ProtonDB, but it won't have like any of the names or metadata of that app. And so if you look it up on ProtonDB, you have to like basically edit the URL and put in the Steam ID for the movies. When I went on there was only like two games. There were only like 2 reviews of the game, and neither of them actually seemed to work, as far as I remember. But essentially though, the fact is, crap. I just lost my train of thought. I do this every time I record a video. But it is cool to see that like there are people who have got the game running. I didn't find any resources about how to do it, but it makes sense that a game from Lionhead was going to have issues running or like playing back video, because I think didn't Fable 1 have that problem, or maybe it was Black and White 1 or something. I don't know. One of the Lionhead games from back in the day had that issue. And there was a lot of games from back then that used like Windows Media like files, and they ended up not being able to play on through Proton for any number of weird reasons. Yeah. Omnifarious, you are not being censored, okay? You are not. Look, I'm bringing it in. The only reason I'm hiding it, all right, is because I want to have like a clean feed of when I'm pausing and unpausing, so I can edit this in a way that it resembles more like a traditional video of mine rather than a live stream edit. You can't hear Jay now? All right, I'll have to back that up then. Audio input, add desktop. Yeah, okay, that should fix it.
That type of movie file, and then it will work just fine. So it's actually kind of funny that he mentioned that, because I do remember back in the earlier days of a lot of games on Windows and Steam, that was a problem that actually happened on Windows a lot too, where a movie file couldn't play, which would stop the loading of the game. A lot of the time, the workaround for that usually was just to go in and modify the movie file or delete it entirely. It wouldn't try and play it, it would just go right on to the game, and that's still a thing people do today actually on games that have very intrusive intro videos that are unskippable. Anyway, I've got off on a tangent, I digress. It's a very well-supported platform. Let's talk about some of the other pros here. The FPS hit isn't terrible. Now, some of these notes are actually from Phil, because Phil did pretty much all the testing when it comes to this right here. I did screw around with it quite a bit. I did actually install it at home, but I haven't spent as much time on it as Phil has. Phil also installed it at home on his system, so we can kind of get some opinions formed on it. Now, the note specifically says, when it works, the FPS hit isn't too bad, but you can't really tell it's not running on Windows. And that's the overall positive experience, especially if you've been trying to game on Linux for a long time, especially when it wasn't nearly as supported. The whole idea of being able to tell that it's not on Windows is a very huge pro for gaming on Linux.
I would say that is, I think, like one of the biggest things is like a layperson will never be able to tell if they're gaming on Linux or on Windows, with the caveat that if the game works, right? Like if they're trying to play Fortnite, of course that's not going to work, and they'll know the difference because they can't play the game they want to play. But if they're playing a game like Doom the Dark Ages, it's going to frickin' scream on whatever system you put it on running Linux, and it runs very well, even though I'm not a huge Doom the Dark Ages fan. I will say that it really, really does work very, very well. KR says, sadly, the FPS hit for me is pretty bad. I've tried everything to fix it, but NVIDIA is NVIDIA. Yeah, I mean, I have seen, like, I have an NVIDIA card, and I have seen maybe 10% of a hit, and I have an AMD card, and I've seen like 1 to 2% positive in favor of Linux. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen it either way. But honestly, like, I am not the kind of guy who is, unless I'm like reviewing a specific piece of like kit, I'm not the kind of guy who's going to be like comparing like head to head, like performance between Windows and Linux. I don't care, right? Like, if you're just playing a game on your Steam Deck and you're not playing it on your PC, if you're a console gamer and you're coming to Steam Deck, you're not going to know what you're missing, which sounds ridiculous. But like when what we're talking about here is like it bothers me when I hear people say all the time, like, oh, you know, oh, I gotta maximize my FPS or whatever. Dude, who cares about that? I don't give a crap about FPS. I want a game that plays well, and it, you know, if it works, then it works, and if it doesn't, then I'm not gonna play it, right? I don't care about any of this other stuff. Blackjack says, just heard about Call of Duty and it's now owned by Microsoft. Won't play that anymore. Oh yeah, it's been owned by Microsoft for like 2 years at this point. Let's see. So the Zephyr Zero says, I'm an old Linux guy and frankly I prefer the atomic model, immutable Fedora spins. Simply because it simplifies my life. Number of systems and skills of users is a big factor. Oh yeah, absolutely it is. Birdsey, what's up guys? I just got my Switch 2. I can't play Halo. What the fuck? It doesn't even work. No, it doesn't. Although I have heard rumors that Halo is coming to PlayStation and probably coming to what's the word? Switch as well. Halo the Master Chief Collection. That's what I've heard. Blackjack says a friend has a 5090 and limits it to 60 FPS. Saves a lot of power and is enough for his games. Interesting. Oh, hold on. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. When the clients call, you have to answer. Cease and desist. It's Jay's 2 cents calling. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Let's continue on. I'm gonna hide the chat again.
Now, one thing I want to talk about right here is our particular build is using an AMD graphics card. We're using the reference design, like the AMD branded 7900 XTX, because AMD still has the best support when it comes to gaming on Linux.
Yes.
It's better than it was before for NVIDIA, but it's not as good as it's been for AMD. And I think part of that is just the open sourceness of AMD over the years has just kind of not influence, but it's just sort of bled into the open source community. So obviously when you have something like Linux or any build of Linux, which is pretty much all open source, you kind of get that dual layer or that duality of open source support there, which means you're going to get overall better experience on AMD. Now Phil's system at home and my system at home are on NVIDIA. Phil said it's been working pretty good for him at home. Same thing for me. I haven't had.
One thing I will say about the AMD setup, AMD has been consistently pushing Linux support. They have open source drivers, as Jay pointed out. Their drivers are like integrated into the Linux kernel, and that means that not only are AMD's engineers working on it, but other, sorry, there's a car passing. I'm gonna let that truck go by. So not only are AMD's engineers working on the Linux drivers, but kernel developers are, and other interested parties, including Valve. Valve is paying for development of AMD drivers on Linux because they have, hey, a vested interest in Linux performance. AMD has also embraced tons and tons of open source stuff. I mean, do you guys remember when when like what Vulkan was before it was Vulkan. Like AMD created Mantle. Mantle was the Vulkan precursor. It was like the low-level API, graphics API that was going to replace OpenGL. And then Mantle was proprietary, and then AMD open sourced it as Vulkan. And now we have like a good open source, stable, low-level API for graphics, and then we have DirectX, which poops all over everything and is terrible. Yeah. And then we have DirectX, which is a bloated, disgusting proprietary mess. And Bob's your uncle. I mean, one of them's better and one of them's worse, but people are still using the worst one. I don't know. Go figure.
Phil said it's been working pretty good for him at home. Same thing for me. I haven't had any issues with things kind of not working. I really sort of stuck to just my Steam library. And it's the same overall experience. I can't really tell I'm not on Windows when I load into that particular partition that I have Bazite installed on at home. So that's a huge positive. Also, too, it's nice to see that new technologies like FSR, DLSS, and ray tracing are supported on Linux. So that's a nice thing to see, because those were some technologies that we weren't too sure if they were even going to be present in these builds. Remember, we are Linux noobs around here, so you might be like, dude, it's been that way from day one. We don't know. This is literally the noob's perspective of fuck Windows, let's go to Linux and see how it works.
So that's an interesting question. I feel like DLSS didn't appear on Linux until like 2022 or 2021. Am I wrong about that? I'm asking the chat. Because if you didn't know, I'm live streaming now. I'm going to try live stream every day, and the chat here is going to answer my question, right? Right, guys? It did take some time. That's what I thought, Krar. Yeah, so at this point, DLSS took some time. I think a lot of their like compute, like their CL stuff took a while. ChatGPT, I ain't gonna do that. No way, son. I don't do that. All right. I remember DLSS just being there when I started to care about it. When DLSS 2, that was the first one. The first good one hit, yeah. We are the chat, and you are asking us. Yeah, dude. Hello, Brian Madonna. How's it going? And hello, Tribal Chief. Matthias, Mateus. Yes, 2 days in a row. I want to continue the streak, man. I have fun doing this. I had an absolute blast live streaming yesterday, and I decided that I'm gonna continue doing this because it's fun. Yeah, holy crap, we have 80 people watching right now. That's bananas, dude. All right, let's continue here. I'm gonna hide the chat again.
So seeing those technologies there is a nice thing. It's nice to see. But it's not all rainbows and kittens, all right? So we'll talk about some of the cons right here. The number one.
It arrived, according to our Linux Gaming, it came to Linux 6, would that be June 22nd, 2021. That's crazy. Yeah, because I remember it came out in like 2019, I think. And so 2021 is quite a while. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Actually, I'm going to leave the chat on from now for the rest of the reaction. And then I can just kind of cut to this. I think it might be fun. Like, so the way I do my videos is I just try to do weird, interesting things that people remember. And so I think once I say, oh, I'm asking the chat, I'll cut to like what you guys are seeing now, and then it will be more or less a live stream archive. So it'll be disguised. It'll start off like as a Trojan horse for for me, like it's a traditional video, and then it'll mostly be this live stream archive. Durdackle, I don't remember. I don't think I have ever used DLSS to this day. I'm not kidding. So I don't. I never used it when it first came out. I don't use it now. At least I've never like tweaked the settings. I think I probably have used it in a couple of instances, but like I've never intentionally screwed around with it because I don't like how it looks. I've seen enough to know it's not my taste. If I'm gonna see, here's the deal. If I'm gonna do DLSS, I'm just gonna run the game at 1080p. I don't give a crap about like, you know, if the game doesn't run well at 4K, I'm not going to use DLSS to upscale it. I'm just gonna run it at 1080p. Like that's, I don't know. That's just where my head's at. Tribal says, I was trying and streaming Resident Evil 4 Remake on Nobara, no problems. The only difference is the zombies and bosses got more aggressive. Really? They got more aggressive on Nobara versus on Windows? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I don't know if that's like a RNG thing. I don't know. More aggressive because they don't like Nobara? Interesting. Oh, Blackjack said that. Yeah, sorry.
Thing we've already talked about is multiplayer and anti-cheat. Almost every trip.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to move this over because it's bothering me a little bit.
AAA title that's multiplayer requires anti-cheat. Now, when we talked about that in a previous video, a lot of people reached out to us saying, hey, it's not as bad as you think. There are ways to make this work. But it's gonna get more complicated in the future. And let's use Battlefield 6 as an example. Battlefield 6 uses the Javelin anti-cheat. And one of the things that's unique about Battlefield 6 and the way EA has implemented the anti-cheat is it's the first title we've seen where secure boot is required and virtualized base security, or VBS, is pretty much required to be able to play Battlefield 6 online for sure. That means if you were running Linux, you didn't have access to the open beta, it just wouldn't have worked or launched because your anti-cheat doesn't work on Linux right now. And I say right now because I don't know what kind of workarounds might happen in the future. I also don't know if single player would even be an option for you because it checks all that stuff when it launches the title, not when you try and go online with the title. So you may not even get access to the single player mode because the campaign is apparently back in Battlefield 6. But it's one of those things where moving forward, that may become more the norm. Now the irony is that on day one, cheaters were already there, and it was already exposed, and screenshots were already put up of the anti-cheat or the cheat software working and showing the health bars and locations of every player in the map through all the walls and stuff.
So I think that that's absolutely hilarious, first of all, because for all the hubbub and the bluster about like anti-cheat being necessary to protect the integrity of the game, as a web developer, it has been drilled into my mind that you can never, ever, 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 ever trust the client. You can't trust user-submitted data. You cannot trust the client machine. You cannot trust anything. The only thing that you can trust as a developer is the information on the server, the processing on the server. And even then, you still can't trust it, especially if it's data that's being pulled from the database that is potentially user submitted. So the fact is, it absolutely boggles my mind, first of all, that like game developers are pushing anti-cheat so hard because it clearly doesn't do jack shit. Like it clearly doesn't do anything to materially prevent cheating. It happened with Battlefield 6 here, just like Jay's saying. And so the idea that, oh yeah, we have to have this to protect the integrity of the game. No, if you want anti-cheat, it has to be done on the server and it has to be done with heuristics. It has to be done with, I don't know, like actually maybe even AI, right? Like that might be an actual application of neural like reinforced learning or whatever it is. But at this moment, it's pretty clear that not only is the client side anti-cheat just ineffective, but it's also unnecessary because people are just going to cheat. And so I don't know. I don't know if there's a good solution, because maybe the and this is just me because I am this way, but I just don't think even. What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say, guys? Drifting Sand says your channel is the big reason I switched. Oh, thank you very much. I love to hear that. I mean, .inner HTML is not... it has its functions. I'm just going to say that. As long as what you're replacing .inner HTML with is from the client and you know it's formed correctly, that's not a problem. That's so funny. What am I trying to say? So the idea that like anti-cheat systems are functional or effective or mitigating cheating just doesn't make any sense to me. It's very clear that it's not. And so for me, I don't even think, for me, I think that there's almost nothing that can be done to prevent cheating. Like, I mean, you're even going to have cheaters on like consoles, right? So I just believe, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I just believe that like online games like this, competitive online games where there's an incentive to cheat, there will always be cheaters. And that's just gonna have to be the reality that you live in. And I'm sorry, I just don't see any other means of getting around that fact. There have always been cheaters in video games. There always will be cheaters in video games. And it doesn't matter if you're on Linux, if your game supports Linux, these game developers are trying to scapegoat Linux and say, oh yeah, the Linux community, they're the ones who are cheating, and it makes it way more easy to cheat if the game has a Linux client. That's a load of horse pucky, I'll tell you. It's a load of horse pucky. KR, yeah, someone is doing that. I've seen, there's also like a Linux, a spin of Ubuntu for phones still. My issue with the current rash of anti-cheat is how insanely invasive it is. Sorry, game company, you don't own my system. No, that's the problem. It's like these companies think that they own your computer, that they have a right to go in here and to basically install rootkits on your machine that monitor everything you do. And I think the CrowdStrike incident from like, was it 2 years ago or so, should be proof positive that having like kernel level access is bad news, especially on Windows, right? Because Windows is just liable to die like that and take down the entire, like a third of the world's public transit infrastructure and whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so ridiculous. I don't know. What kind of world do we live in, guys? Actually, one moment. I need to use the restroom. I'm gonna do one thing though. Hold on. I'm gonna add a scene. We're gonna call this AFK. And I'm gonna add a background. I'm gonna add the background. I'm gonna add the logo. Ooh, hello. And I'm going to add some music so that you guys don't get bored. And I'll switch to that in a moment. But I really do need to use the restroom. And I'm going to add some text here. Text. You guys aren't seeing this yet. Select a font. What font should I use, guys? That's so stupid. Okay. And I'm going to add some music. Media. Comic Sans. Criminal. All right. All right, we're gonna switch now. I'll be right back. All right, have you guys been, whoops, sorry. Have you guys been behaving yourselves? Woofy duffy.
And I think that's something that's kind of always going to exist, no matter how much developers think they're trying to squash cheating. Because let's think about, real quick, this is a side tangent of what a multiplayer game is. It is all the information hosted on a server, and all that information also must be sent to each client, including the location of every player. So that's always going to be something that on some level might be able to be sniffed out in the netcode. It's just kind of ironic, though, considering the fact that by making that move, by having secure boot and VBS be a requirement, you kind of exclude an entire player base. Like, for instance, those that are not on Windows 11, or they may not be on a GPT partition on their drive, or let's say, like I said, Linux users as a whole, all of Linux in this case, not just Bazite, you exclude them because of those anti-cheat mechanisms. But as you saw, it's not working at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how they fix that in the future. But if it kind of sets the precedent for future titles to use hardware-based security, then you're going to probably
find Linux be completely excluded from these future titles moving forward, which is really going to suck because it kind of feels like the year of Linux. Hell, even Wendell at Level 1 Tech reached out and was like, hey, if you want to do some Linux stuff or some server stuff, let me know. And I'm all for that. I'm all for maybe even getting him out here and kind of getting us past the entry-level noob perspective of Linux and start becoming more of an intermediate user where we can kind of plug and play modules and things and build an OS how we want it, especially.
I will say that if Jay wants to work with Wendell, I'll tell you right now, Wendell is one of like the coolest guys I've ever met. He's so incredibly smart. And I genuinely adore Wendell. And he's so generous and just great. Oh my gosh, Wendell's the best. I want to do more with him. I just haven't.
If we find some use case around here where we actually need that. It's kind of hard to need much of a use case past just saying fuck Microsoft, right? That's a pretty good, solid use case, especially with the way Microsoft's Windows is nothing but a data mining platform these days, mining your data for them to sell. One of the notes on here from Phil is friction of troubleshooting why something isn't running when a game doesn't run right out of the box. Par for the course for Linux, but can be a negative for some people. So yeah, it's like I said, not all titles will run. And most titles, almost all titles can be made to run. It's just you're gonna have to do legwork, you have to do research, and you're gonna have to probably reach out to community to find out why something isn't working. And it's very unlikely that you're experiencing something for the first time that the dedicated Linux community hasn't already experienced and maybe overcome. But yeah, I mean, it's overall been a pretty good experience. Now let's talk about the performance hit because
So one thing I will say about that is that he's got, oh my gosh, what's the term? What's the word? Sorry. Hold on, I gotta check something. Yeah, not bad. Wait, what did he just say?
seeing something for the first time that the Linux.
Oh yeah. So most games can be, I would say the vast majority of games could be run on Linux. I don't think there's many people who are going to dispute that. The ones that aren't going to run are going to be like hyper niche and rely on like some very obscure Microsoft API or something. Or they're going to be like anti-cheat and deliberately excluded from working. The fact is, like Jay's saying here, you know, if you encounter an issue, it can be daunting to even know where to start troubleshooting. One thing that I have found is that if you launch Steam with the console command, or you launch it from, if you launch Steam with the console flag, or if you launch Steam from like the terminal, it will give you like some helpful stuff to point you in the right direction a lot of the time, which that's come in handy multiple times for me. Also, if you just, you know, if you just say like Steam, the movies, Proton, it'll come up with an answer a lot of the time. You just Google that shit. A log flag? I didn't know about that. That can help a lot too, yeah. Z-Wave, I haven't done much with Z-Wave. I have a bunch of smart home stuff, Zigbee and such like that. So I want to get like Matter and Thread stuff for the house, but I haven't done that yet. Yeah, Dirdackle, that's kind of been my experience too, where it's like you just kind of buy games and launch them and they run. And then there is, on occasion, I do have to change like what version of Proton they're running, but for the most part, yeah. Z-Wave, as far as I know, was mostly dead too. I use Zigbee, which has far more support and is less expensive, like the items that use it.
The dedicated Linux community hasn't already experienced and maybe overcome. But yeah, I mean, it's overall been a pretty good experience. Now let's talk about the performance hit, because we know games today are designed to run on Windows. If we are not talking about a console, like a PlayStation, exclusive title, it is designed to run on a Windows platform. Because obviously the Linux hardware, the hardware in our Linux box is the exact same hardware as many PCs. In fact, it's a dual boot system. We do have a partition for Windows and a partition for Linux, specifically Bazzite. We installed Bazzite 41, it was updated to 42. Oh, and I wanna call that out as a negative real quick. One of the things you're gonna notice here when we look at the comparison between performance, there are major performance differentials that can happen from driver to driver, specifically on an NVIDIA graphics card, AMD as well, but I wanna call out like the 50 series NVIDIA graphics drivers have been pretty much a shit show, but I will say the latest 580.88 drivers have been really solid and actually given a noticeable multi-% uplift in performance across the board. So on Linux, you can't just grab a driver and install it. Okay, you gotta back that up. On Bazzite and most immutables, you cannot just grab a driver and install it. The driver for your graphics card is baked into the whole ISO. It's baked into the entire structure of the Linux Bazzite setup. So if you want to update the driver, it basically comes bundled with the entire platform update. So going from Bazzite 41 to 42 got us a later AMD driver. Now you're gonna see builds that are listed as latest or stable. We did stable builds for obvious reasons. So that's, to me, a bit of a con, where some titles, like let's say for instance, the Javelin problem wasn't there for Linux. Let's say it wasn't a VBS-based anti-cheat with secure boot being required. Let's just say the fact that you can't update to the latest driver would have also probably stopped you from being able to play the game until the entire build was updated with at least a driver that meets the minimum requirement for the new title. So I'm sure a lot of people that played the open beta realized right away, like, oh, I gotta update my driver, because the second you launch it, it will tell you you need this driver or newer to be able to even play the beta. That's both for AMD and NVIDIA. If the driver doesn't exist yet in a build, you'll be waiting for that. If the build...
Yeah, that is one thing that, especially with immutables, where they get like atomic updates and, you can't, like one of the things you really can't do is like manage system packages without making it mutable. That can be a bit of a headache. That can be a bit of a concern, especially when you're looking at new drivers for your GPU. But on the flip side, if you have drivers, if you have an immutable system, you don't have to worry about drivers. Like the system is going to come with them installed, and you're not going to have to like futz around with them. I've seen a couple of noobs, like new Linux users. I've seen a couple of new Linux users who, make a video about, oh yeah, I went over here and I couldn't figure out how to install the driver. They're like, I went to NVIDIA's website and I downloaded an RPM and it wouldn't install or whatever because I'm on a Debian-based system. It's like, that's not how we do it, right? But that can be like such a hurdle for people. You're at the behest of the image maintainers to provide latest current driver packages within the current image. Bazzite tends to be pretty good at staying current. Can't speak to the others. No, you're right. Is it Zypher? Zypher? Yeah, I think you're right, Zypher. I mean, the fact is there are going to be distros out there that don't have, what do you call it? They're not up to date. They're not like staying on top of the latest GPU drivers and what have you. But that's like one of the benefits of using something like Bazzite, because Bazzite is much more focused on making sure that they are like current and they take what they do seriously. Yeah. Even something like Chimera, you're going to have stuff with like, even with Chimera, and I'm sure Catchy is like this too. They're going to be up to date. They're going to stay current with the latest drivers.
didn't come out during the few days that the open beta was available, then you don't play it. You aren't playing it at all. Same thing if once the title launches, it'll take time for that title to catch up with whatever, or the build to catch up with whatever drivers necessary for that particular game. You're waiting for that build to exist. So that's one of the downsides with an immutable, which is what Bazite is. So I'm sure that's something that has an easy workaround if you're running a more open type of Linux build where you can go in and modify drivers and such on a kernel level. But with an immutable, you can't do that. So that's one of the downsides to the approach we took to gaming on Linux. So I just wanted to...
So I have had various experiences in this arena too, where it's like, you know, you're waiting for a new driver to hit on Linux. If you're on Ubuntu, you have to wait for Ubuntu to update their like driver distribution thingy that they have. Like they have an installer that you have to run and make sure, and that will update your driver. But if you're on other distros, you have to wait for a kernel upgrade, especially if you have an AMD card. I've seen it where like you're waiting like for the next stable version of the kernel to come out, or like they'll maybe your distro will backport the driver to the current kernel that's in your system. Like that is one of the, I will admit, that is one of the big drawbacks of like driver management on Linux. I have never manually installed a driver on Linux, not once. It's just not the way Linux does things, and so it's been, yeah. And to Linux's credit, almost universally, I've had no issues. Back, I mean, like 15 years ago, we had driver issues for sure, especially when it came to like Wi-Fi and stuff. You guys remember Broadcom Wi-Fi cards? Holy crap! No. That was awful. And I had this old laptop. It had like Beats Audio speakers in it, and that was an absolute tragedy. But other than that, like it's been probably 15 years since I've had any significant driver issues at all. FireGL, oh my God, I remember FireGL. AMD's like broken proprietary drivers. Back when NVIDIA was like the gold standard for Linux drivers. Yikes, dude. Yeah, I remember that. FireGL, oh man. Yup. No, thank you.
Point that out. It's day one support for many new titles is not going to be much of a thing, depending on the popularity probably of that build. Let's go ahead and now talk about gaming performance. I know I've rambled on quite a bit. We didn't do our full run through of our testing because one of the very first things that we noticed, shit, how are we going to capture the information between Linux and Windows? So for instance, we use PresentMon when we do our FPS testing and GPU testing on our dedicated 9800X3D GPU testing rig. PresentMon is it was a side project that became a more main project within Intel. And obviously that works just fine with AMD GPUs, AMD CPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, and Windows. It does not work in Linux. So when we captured the FPS, it's already, even though we have identical hardware with two different OSs, we already have a little bit of variance when it comes to the way we're capturing FPS because Phil had to use Mango HUD in Bazite to be able to get like a basically FPS overlay and capture and get our averages and our 1% lows and all of that. So that's why you're going to notice there's no like 5% low, which is what we like to show when we do PresentMon. We can't capture that with Mango HUD. So that's why you're only seeing 1% and average FPS on this. So again, it was like the first thing we experienced in even trying to produce this video is, well crap, how are we going to capture the data? So that's why we don't have as much of a gaming library that we normally would do with GPU reviews here, but it's enough to paint the story at least. Let's go ahead and start with synthetics because it's kind of interesting here. So you'll notice if we look at our chart here, we have Windows 11 24H2 and then we have Bazite 42. So you can see right here the pink bar is Linux or specifically Bazite and the blue bar is Windows. You can see there is a pretty large discrepancy between the two. So in Port Royal, we got a 17,090 with our 7900 XTX. and then we got a 13,075 in Bazzite with identical hardware. Now, I want
Yikes, 23%. I mean, this is a synthetic benchmark, but like still, that is fascinating. I have never seen that kind of discrepancy on Linux. Oh, maybe I have once. I don't remember what game, but I was playing a game and like it was unplayable on Linux.
to point out too, not all 3D Mark benchmarks work.
Oh, yeah,
In fact,
he's on
Phil even
NVIDIA.
had to do some work around.
No, this is on a Radeon 7900 XT and XTX.
Just to get like Port Royal and stuff to work. What's interesting though is the fact that both Firestrike Ultra GPU score and Port Royal GPU score, so one is a older rasterization test, one is a newer ray tracing test, they're nearly identical on the score, which is not usually the case. But you can see that it's a 20,064 in Windows versus a 13,402 in Bazzite. Now, if we move over to gaming though,
I find it weird that the two Linux benchmarks are so close to each other, but the two Windows are not. That makes me feel like, I don't know. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm suspicious of this data here.
I want to point out real quick here, we tested 1080p and 1440p. We didn't do 4K, but this paints a pretty solid picture of what the performance hit in something like at least Bazzite is when it comes to Windows. But this shouldn't be that surprising when you see these results here, because most titles are designed for Windows. This is 1080p for gaming. We'll talk about 1440p in a second. Stalker 42. Windows 24 H2 had a 98.6 average FPS and a 58.5. That is a 40 FPS hit. That is, heck, about 40% hit. It is pretty damn close to a 40% hit right there. So that's very noticeable between the two. If we talk about 1% lows, 83.2 versus 32.3. So that is massive right there. So you can see there's the average and the 1% low are much closer together in Windows on that title. And when it comes to the 1% low versus the average, they're a bit farther apart in Linux than they are versus Windows. And that's going to be noticeable when it comes to gaming perceived smoothness and such, as you know, the way you're perceiving the gameplay to feel as you're playing the game.
Okay, I've never played Stalker 2. I don't know how that works. Cyberpunk 2077, I've played it. And that actually kind of looks like my my experience with it, like 80 to 68, like, you know, basically 70 to 80 FPS. Like, that's totally fine. I've never played Avatar either, so I don't know how those work. But, like, those 1% lows don't seem right. Like, the Stalker 1% low, the Frontier of Pandora, I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? How do you feel about that? Michael says he doesn't even show what settings he's using in the games. I mean, maybe that's it. I mean, as long as the settings match, it shouldn't matter. And I do know that I personally have seen that like ray tracing tends to really tank performance on Linux more than it does on Windows. But I don't test these kind of things that often, and I turn off ray tracing whenever I can, no matter what. So, yeah, who knows? Who knows what the hell's going on here?
Cyberpunk 2077 though, different story. They're a lot closer together. 93.2 versus an 81.4 for the average. Now this is also the built-in benchmark. I want to point that out. I think one of the reasons why we did the built-in benchmark here is it was quick. It was easy to do, guaranteed back-to-back. It's not, that test is not going to be indicative of what actual gameplay is like. I also think
Bloody Screen, no, I agree. I don't think he did anything to purposefully like taint these results. I think he's got way too much integrity for that. It just looks like doesn't match. These don't match my perception. Although, I mean, even like the lows of Avatar, like it's over 60 FPS, right? Like, I don't know how well optimized Stalker 2 is. I've never played it. But this just doesn't match my experience with Linux gaming at all.
The game save may not have been on that system because Phil's using his account for that and not our testing account, which we had here. But it was just an A/B comparison, not to be taken specifically to say this is how the game runs on that title. We just wanted to see performance differentials between the two OSs. So I think that might be why they're a little closer together on that controlled synthetic track built in to Cyberpunk. But an 82.3 versus a 68.5 for minimum FPS. Now that minimum FPS is not to be confused with 1% low. That is like the lowest FPS that was recorded. So they're a lot closer to the average, which means I could assume that track looked a lot smoother than it would have probably if we were in the game itself. Now another title that we like to use around here is Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. It's a pretty efficient title. It runs pretty good even on lower hardware. It's a beautiful title. Anyway, the Windows. So the Windows build got 140.8 average FPS with a 106.1 1% low versus a 115.3 and a 66.3. So once again, the average and 1% on Bazite for that title was farther apart than it was on Windows. Although it's still decent now, 115.3, 140 versus 115 is a pretty big performance hit.
Thank you, Sam O, for the $2. Do you recommend dual boot Bazite and Windows on an ROG Ally? I no longer have an Ally. I returned mine because I didn't like it. I don't know. When I played my oh my God, I'm totally blanking. When I played the Ally, I only played it with Linux. I had Chimera on it when I got it. Yeah. Would like to know if he's running these in Proton. Sorry, Sam, I don't think, I mean, I wouldn't dual boot unless you have like online games that you literally just can't play on Windows. I mean, without Windows. I wouldn't bother with Windows. It's not necessary. Burnsy says, I would like to know if he was running these in Proton or native against their Windows versions. I'm going to guess none of these games have native Linux versions, Burnsy. Although, actually, I'll just Google that real quick. I don't think Stalker 2 has a native Linux port. Stalker 2. No, it does not. And what about Avatar? I know Cyberpunk doesn't. Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Scroll down. No, it requires Windows 11. So, yeah, none of them have native Linux versions. No, Burnsy, I disagree. I think like you really should be testing native versus native. Even if these games have had like a native Linux version, I can almost guarantee you that the difference, like the delta in performance, would be worse in a native Linux build than it is in Proton. That has been my experience time and time and time and time again. Native Linux versions of games tend to get less support, they get less optimization, they get less dev time, and they end up being shit canned after a little while. Like they end up just getting delisted from Steam or whatever. I mean, just what was it? What was the one? I like Civilization 6. I've spent a lot of time in Civ 6, and it had a native version, and I ended up switching over to the Proton version because it just performed better in Proton. Windows Update can mess with dual boot Linux installs. Yeah, I don't like dual booting. Not only does Windows Update like mess with it, but like Windows will apply your time zone offset to the system clock, and then Linux will like just will apply the system time I don't know. It's one of two ways. I don't know which way it is, but anyway, dual booting always ends up with my clock being screwed up and then not being able to visit websites until I like go in and manually reset the the system time. Brian says, "I'm not a benchmark fan. It just depends how the use feels in running Gen 2 on a Threadripper with a 7900 XTX GPU. So far, performance is good." Yeah, man. I really don't like benchmarks. I've never been interested in benchmarks. I just find them like these direct head-to-head comparisons are so like artificial. Like no, very few people are actually going to do this in their day-to-day. And if you're playing a game like with this level of performance here, where the like this isn't even the 1% lows, this is the minimum frame rate that was recorded while playing the game. That's what he said. If your minimum frame rate is barely under 70 FPS in your entire experience with the game, I would say that that's really good performance. And I don't really care about the extra 20 FPS. Like, I mean, yeah, there is a smaller delta between the average FPS and the minimum on Windows, but who cares? Like, I don't give a shit.
Then you take the 1% low and put it even farther away from that. 106 versus 66, a 40 FPS difference between 1% low is going to be noticeable. Let's talk about 1440p here. Pretty much.
Also, let me just say, like the Avatar one here, where it's like, yeah, that's a huge difference. But like this is also a pretty big difference, you know? Like that screams to me that the game is not very well optimized, right? And also when I'm playing a game, I'm capping it. I don't, especially on my Steam Deck, I'm going to cap the frame rate. I don't want to waste battery on on generating frames that don't matter. If the game's not fun, why bother? Reggie Nintendo. Yeah. Good old Reggie Nintendo.
Exactly the same story, just lower FPS across the board. I'm not going to sit here and go through all of them with you because it's basically the exact same shape as the 1080p chart. It's just lower because higher resolution. And that shows us by moving the load onto the GPU more and making it less CPU bound, it wasn't even the way the OS was like utilizing the hardware or the CPU or the RAM. It shows by even making it more GPU bound and the shape being the same, it's just the hit you get with the platform. So although it works and the gameplay was smooth, the performance hit is real and it's there.
Yeah, I don't know when these games came out either. When did Stalker 2 come out? I feel like that's new. November. Avatar, Frontiers of Pandora. That's from last year. I don't know. I didn't even know Avatar was a game. But like Cyberpunk is like the oldest on this list and it has the best performance. So that could be like down to Proton just being optimized for that game more. Yeah, Papa Zero. I mean, the thing is, like, I do not do this kind of comparison. I'm not interested in this kind of comparison. I don't screw around with this kind of thing. So, like, I don't see these kind of hits. I have seen games that don't perform very well. Like, there's a lot of micro stuttering or whatever, like what this kind of indicates. But, like, if a game's running at an average of, like, 60 FPS, and these 1% lows are not like that common or whatever, like I don't have a problem with it. That's just my take. Sam says, what handheld with Bazite do you recommend that's not a Steam Deck? I have the Legion Go S, and I like it a lot. It has some issues like that are for me personally. I don't like that it only has the little tiny trackpad, but I do like it for pretty much everything else. I also don't like that the screen is freaking 1080p or 1200p. I think that that's absolutely stupid for a screen that's like 7 inches and like 2 feet from your face. But otherwise, yeah, the Legion Go S is great. Papa Zero, I mean, that could be a thing, but I would assume that he would know better than to start playing the game before, or let the shaders compile before playing it.
Let's go ahead and talk about some workarounds and something like if you wanted to play a game like Battlefield 6 coming out that is not going to work on Linux and probably isn't going to work on Linux as long as secure boot and VBS are required. And then we'll talk about our latest development on our Bazite machine, and maybe you guys can help us with that. But this is when even the Linux community is starting to say, like on some of these titles, dual boot. Dual boot is not. We don't condone piracy around here. It's one of the reasons why we like the idea of Linux being a free open source thing. There are ways to make Windows work without having to pay for it. That should be pretty obvious. We are not going to show you those ways. We are not going to condone that. However,
there is a way to activate Windows 11 and it's hosted on GitHub. That's all I'm going to say. Microsoft doesn't care. That's what I've seen. Like Microsoft owns GitHub, for God's sakes, and they don't care. If they did, they would have removed the activation tool.
let's use the whole Stop Killing Games initiative right now as an example. If a studio can say, buying the game is not ownership, you can also, quote unquote, say, pirating something isn't theft. Okay, now we are tightrope walking some ethics right now. Okay, now it's up to you guys to decide. But
what are we talking
if
about
you
right
really,
now?
really want to play certain titles, there are ways to install Windows and have it fully functional and not cost you a dime.
Also, like, if your PC came with Windows on it, you can just reinstall Windows if you've like got Bazite on there, and it, like, I'm pretty sure that the activation like key and stuff is in your frickin' BIOS. Like, it's like, as long as like the machine came with Windows on it and it was activated from the factory, you can reactivate it without any penalty. Also, you don't have to erase the entire drive if you are installing Bazite on a machine with Windows. I'm not sure what we're talking about here.
Now, for legal reasons, we're not going to show you how, but you can, and all you have to do is a simple search on how to activate Windows with a script. But with that said, you can now play those titles on Windows, and you didn't give Microsoft your money, okay? Also, too, we're gonna be doing a video here coming up pretty soon where we're gonna show you how to remove.
I guess he could be talking about the fact that it's like he builds PCs most of the time. But I'm looking at his laptop and I'm like, you know, if you bought that from any vendor and it came with Windows on it, you already have a copy of Windows, my guy. Yeah, it's in the BIOS. You're right. Yeah, absolutely.
All telemetry from your Windows build. So none of your data is getting mined and sent off to Microsoft. So stay tuned for that. I think that would be a good counter follow-up to this whole like screw the big studios kind of a thing. But even when the Linux community itself is saying certain titles you just have to dual boot for ease of access, so, you know, sometimes it can't be helped. You know, if it's made for a certain thing and it has a requirement that cannot be overcome via software, then you have no choice. But with that said, everything was going.
The choice is to play games that don't support Linux or not, right? Like that's my choice. Like I don't give a crap about any game that doesn't or like actively is fighting against Linux. Like if your studio is like Bungie and they say screw you to Linux gamers, I have no interest in playing that game. But that's just me, because I'm kind of a zealot when it comes to Linux.
Great, until this morning. So here's our Linux box. I'm going to
back up.
Everything was going great until this morning. It has a requirement that cannot be overcome via software. Then you have no choice. But with that said, everything was going great until this morning. So here's our Linux box. This is our dual boot box actually. I'm gonna go ahead and boot it for you right now so you can see exactly what we're experiencing. The way it's set up right now is it will provide a list of all the OSs that are installed, but the way it's set right now is rather than booting to a specific one by default, it is going to boot to whatever the last OS that was booted to is. In our instance, that's Bazzite. So if I turn on the system right here, to click, there we go. So if you'll watch right here, it's gonna show our different OSs right here. And you'll notice there's two Bazzites. One is the current and then one is a backup. Wait for it. So there we go. We have OS tree 0 and OS tree 1. OS tree 0 is the current install right now, and then 1 would be the backup, technically. But watch what we get. This is what we're getting right now. So we're getting generating run and blah, 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 blah. Anyway.
Entering emergency mode, exit the shell to continue. Type journalctl to view system logs. You might want to save run init ram fs rdos os report to USB stick or boot after mounting them and attach it to a bug report. Press enter for maintenance or control D to continue. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Entering emergency mode, exit the shell to continue. We have no idea what this is. Everything was working fine. We even took this with us to ViewSonic, and we were gaming on it when we were doing the big DV, the direct LED, direct view LED panel, and everything was fine. And we came back, and then we tried to use it again for this video to kind of maybe get some updates and make sure that we're not on another build update for the latest driver. And this is what we were greeted with. So if I go ahead and press Control D right now, failed to connect to system scope, bus via local transport, no such file or directory. It's essentially telling us, hey, you're telling us there's an OS here, but there's no OS here. Now, if we were on that menu, where before it automatically moves forward to go down to OS tree 1, which is the backup, the same thing happens. So it's like somehow...
Foibles, I think that's probably correct. I think Windows Update did something to screw with the Linux partition, or the not the Linux partition, but the boot partition. That's what I would guess, because it looks like it might have deleted. Well, let's go back. Couldn't find specified OS tree. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened here, but you know, he probably, at least this isn't, it's probably, at least he didn't do what Linus did and he uninstalled his X server or whatever.
We were on that menu where before it automatically moves forward to go down to OS tree 1, which is the backup, the same thing happens. So it's like somehow the build got corrupted, and so did the backup. And we're not entirely sure why that is. Now, if I look at the journal right here, so I can type, oops, press enter for maintenance. I can type journal CTL. This is basically a log. There's kind of like always a running log going here. But if I page down, you'll start to see these red lines. This is where the first stuff starts to go wrong. Static nodes permission, failed to resolve group, audio disk. I don't want to say that word out loud, but I don't know what that, anyway, that's just a bad joke. Failed to resolve group. Look at all this. Unknown group for basically all of the...
I mean, I'm seeing these and they don't really look that severe.
It's almost like it's all the drivers, to be honest.
No, it's not the drivers. It's a UDEV rule. It's... that shouldn't make any difference as far as I'm...
But I don't know what this is. This is where I say, like,
keep going.
Bazzite's perfect for a beginner like us to be like, hey, it installed, it works. And
it's a better FS corruption bug. Dude, okay, that's fair enough. I mean, I really don't like BetterFS. I had it on my server at one point, and it screwed up, and I lost a ton of data. So I just didn't have time to like go in and recover it, and none of it was critical. But yeah, I did not like that.
and we're up and going. It's bad for anyone that doesn't know Linux or the way that the kernels work to look at this and have any idea what they're looking at. This is where I need your guys' help. In fact, I might even send some screenshots of this to Wendell to be like, bro, something error happened. Right? 'Cause that's exactly what I'm seeing right here. Here's another one right here. Failed to start OS tree prepare root.service. OS tree prepare OS. I'm sure the answer's in here, but we have no idea why. So that's where it becomes difficult for us to say, yeah, you should definitely just switch to Linux and screw any other or nuke any other OSs you may have. Like, I would be honest, I would probably consider having a dual boot system with a cracked Windows or a script activated Windows.
Crap, why do you keep saying a cracked Windows? I don't understand. What is he talking about? Because he wants a free OS? Is that what he's saying?
Or something. That way, when something like this happens, you're not just asked out. Because I'm assuming right now, I'm not going to do anything yet, but I'm assuming right now all our game installs, everything we've done on that OS so far is completely nuked. Like, it's seeming that way because both OS trees are giving us the same behavior. I'm hoping that's not the case, but I'm going to leave it like this until we can get some answers as to why that's happening. Now, to be fair, our other Bazite build, which, Phil, if you want to turn the camera around, has been running perfectly non-stop with the world's greatest troll, right, on our heaven wall, has been absolutely rock solid with no problems. The only thing we deal with is because we leave the player going so long, those are just videos playing, they're not actual benchmarks. The player likes to crash every now and then. We just have to restart, restart the OS and then put the players back up and everything's great. So this video had a dramatically different conclusion than what it would have had this not happened. Because I'm telling you right now, as a Linux noob, I have no idea what the hell I'm looking at. And then I already tried to use like ChatGPT and some other AI to help with, hey, here's what it says. The very first thing it says to do doesn't even exist. Like, I can't even get to what it's saying. So
I feel like he hasn't scrolled down far enough into the journal CTL to like see the actual problem. Because some of those are just like UDEV rules. I see those kind of like missing UDEV rules or whatever in my distros all the time, like on my laptop, on my desktop. So I don't think that those like UDEV rules are missing or the problem anyway. I think there's a deeper problem like later in the log.
yeah, this is where we need your guys' help, especially if you're a Linux expert. What happened? What broke, and is it recoverable?
It is recoverable.
All right, so if you guys
I would almost guarantee it's recoverable.
To Bazite, or at least dual booted it or have been using it since we did our video about testing out Bazite. We fell into it. We had no intention of really doing any Linux stuff until we needed it to make our video wall work properly because Windows was not basically parsing out our 6 monitors and able to make it consistently work. This was an unintended series we started, but it's a real one because we are experiencing this and showing it to you as we experience it. So we need your guys' help. I'm hoping that everything that was on this OS isn't gone. Fortunately, it's an easy reinstall, but who the heck wants to deal with that and have to reinstall everything if something like this happens? And for an immutable, I know we didn't go in there and do it.
Yeah. So there was like less meat there to react to, but still I think there was some good stuff, good content. I don't know. What do you guys think? How did you enjoy? Whoops. What am I doing? How did you guys enjoy that? Did you have that? Did you find that fun? I thought that was enjoyable. I mean, just because, like foibles, if you're a Windows user, then you're a Windows user. If you're a Linux user, you're a Linux user, and there isn't a lot of overlap. Like, let's give him some grace, right? Like, this is, if you're a Linux user, then you're going to know how to fix that. If you're a kernel maintainer or whatever, I don't know. I would be able to fix that, like, after a couple hours of, like, Googling around and figuring stuff out. But I don't know what's wrong with it offhand, like, There are some people who will know how to do that. I don't think that it's like necessarily that means that he's like not tech savvy because an OS he's not like completely unfamiliar with just stop working on him. That doesn't make him less tech savvy. Yeah, he would have the same trouble on any system that isn't Windows. That's absolutely right, Burnsy. So that's Jay's 2 cents video. I don't know what the issue is here with his machine. If you do, let me know down in the comments. Four Eyes Leo says, this video made me run Cyberpunk on Windows and Fedora and benchmark it myself. Got 7% difference in average FPS and 3% in lows. That's, yeah, I mean, that's kind of my experience. Like, generally speaking, Linux, if Linux is behind Windows in terms of benchmarks, it's like less than 10% worse. And it's often like 2 to 7% faster in a lot of games. I don't know. This was posted a day ago, Brian, so I don't know the answer to that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, so I was gonna edit this on stream, but I'm actually getting pretty hungry. Do you guys mind if I eat lunch on stream? Bon appetit, Brohim. All right, yeah, I'm gonna grab some food and I'll mukbang. Maybe not. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab. I think I have leftovers. Should I leave the mic going? You should probably be able to hear me from the kitchen. I'll leave the mic going, and you guys can listen to me figure out what I'm gonna have. I'll leave the door open so I can. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I'm just gonna have cold leftovers. Oh man, it smells so good. So my microwave busted the other day. Emily and I were using it to heat something up, and it acted as if we had put like a fork in there, and we hadn't. So I have this right here. It's cold. It's been in the fridge, but this is like, it's mozzarella, onions, garlic, basil, oregano, ground turkey, and roasted, or no, sun-dried tomatoes. Guys, this is one of the best like low-carb meals I've ever made. I didn't even make it. Emily made this, actually. Hopefully my chewing's not too loud. You're right, Burnsy. But you absolutely can. But the problem is, my microwave decided that it was going to be broken. And so like I just put basically a thing like this in there, and then it without the fork, and then put it in there, and then it just started like arcing everywhere, like throughout the whole thing. So we unplugged it and we're not using it. And the thing is, I just bought that frickin' microwave like 2 years ago from Home Depot, man. Like, you would think It's like, I think it's Magic Chef, so it's not probably the highest quality. I hope my chewing isn't too loud. I'm going to listen in. Listen to what it sounds like. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. I'm very self-conscious about my chewing. Dude, oh man, I totally agree. Air fryer all day, every day. I love the air fryer. All right, what do we want to do, guys? Oh yeah, I wanted to watch another video. This one's a lot shorter. All right, we're gonna rename this to a different video. Install Gentoo. I don't think I'm gonna do that. All right. Here's the next video. I'm going to add this to the description. I kind of want to signal boost this one as well. All right, let's go ahead. I'll share this. All right.
Say hello to Ryan. When he isn't building JavaScript runtimes, say hello to Ryan. When he isn't building JavaScript runtimes, he likes spending his free time fighting tech giants. If you didn't know already, due to Oracle acquiring Sun Microsystems and the Java language back in 2009, they also inherited the trademark for JavaScript. Yes, the name of the world's most used programming language is technically owned by a company that has contributed absolutely nothing to its evolution. Oracle didn't create JavaScript, they don't maintain it, they don't participate in the standards committee that actually defines the language, they don't build any of the engines, but they own the name. And let me tell you something, they are really holding on to this trademark. Now, normally, you'd expect a company to either use a trademark or give it up, but that's not the case for Oracle. They've been sitting on it for years, and every time someone brings up the idea that maybe, just maybe, this isn't okay, they stay silent. Back in 2022, Ryan wrote a blog post asking Oracle to release the trademark as a goodwill gesture, and Oracle simply ignored him. So, the next year, Ryan escalated. He published an open letter co-signed by Brendan Eich, the guy who literally invented JavaScript, and thousands of developers, but Oracle acted like the whole thing didn't exist. So Ryan...
See, here's the problem. The first mistake that they made was naming it JavaScript. But still, Oracle is just one of the most evil companies out there, so it's understandable that they would be silent on this and be terrible and mistreat the community. Of course they would.
did what you do when a corporation won't listen. He lawyered up and filed a petition to cancel the trademark. To keep a trademark active, you have to prove that you're still using it in commerce. That means Oracle needed to submit some kind of proof that they're actually using the name JavaScript in the real world. And that's when things got crazy. Oracle went ahead and submitted a screenshot of the Node.js website as part of their trademark renewal filing, despite having absolutely no involvement with the project. Node.js was created by Ryan, not Oracle, and they've never contributed to it in any way. But that didn't stop them.
That is baffling. Yes, I edit in DaVinci, Toro. It's baffling to me that Oracle would say, oh yeah, the name JavaScript is still being used commercially, even if they aren't the ones using it. They've never, like the video said, they've never contributed to JavaScript. They've never like done anything to steer the production of the engines or the technical committees or anything. They just like by happenstance own the trademark, and it's just criminal. I hate Oracle.
From including it in Oracle, and they've never contributed to it in any way. But that didn't stop them from including it in official documents as supposed evidence that they're actively using the JavaScript trademark. And when they finally got called out for it, Oracle responded the way big companies always do when they get caught doing something sketchy. They deflected and submitted another screenshot from Oracle Jet. If you're wondering what Oracle Jet is, you're not alone. Apparently, this is a UI toolkit they quietly host on their website. Technically, it mentions JavaScript, and that's all Oracle needed to claim the trademark was still in use. They waited until the last possible day to file this motion, and this is designed to only stall the case. They're not addressing whether JavaScript is a generic term and whether Oracle has any legitimate claim to it. Instead, they want to delay the proceedings and drag this out for as long as possible. This is how trademark abuse survives. A company with a legal team the size of a small startup can slow things down until people stop paying attention. Meanwhile, developers still have to tiptoe around the word JavaScript like it's radioactive. The truth is simple. Oracle has nothing to do with JavaScript. They're not involved in its evolution, they don't help maintain it, and they certainly didn't build the tools or communities that made it the most widely used programming language on the planet. However, on June 18th, the claim alleging Oracle knowingly misled the United States Patent and Trademark Office in its 2019 renewal by submitting a screenshot of the Node.js website was dismissed. Of course, as the actual creator of Node.js, Ryan finds this especially offensive. But fraud was never the heart of this case. So Dino is not amending the claim, and the focus is now on what matters most: genericness and abandonment. And on August 7th, Oracle must respond to every paragraph in the cancellation petition. Everyone knows JavaScript isn't an Oracle product, and almost 20,000 people at javascript.tm agree. If this bothers you, and it should, go to JavaScript.tm, sign the open letter, and help push back. Because the name JavaScript belongs to the people who actually build with it. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and...
So if you guys haven't, go to their website. Oops, that's not the right one. Go to their website and sign the letter here. Hold on, let me take that again. So if you guys haven't done it already, go to the website and sign this partition. So if you guys haven't done it already, go to their website, sign this partition. I keep wanting to say partition. So if you guys haven't done it already, go to their website and sign this petition. It is time that that Oracle is stripped of their trademark that they don't have any right to maintain. I'm going to sign this right now. I gotta use GitHub to do this. Hold on. Let me just go off screen real quick for that. There we go. $26,038. Bernsey says, I would love to see your DaVinci workflow. I've always used Kdenlive, but I'm open to learning about others. I teach classes on how to use DaVinci Resolve. It's javascript.tm. Shane says, I think the key part here is not that the JavaScript trademark can't be marked as abandoned, but even if it was, they still might not be able to use it because of the Java trademark. No, I don't think, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what DaVinci Box is, Drifting Sands. I'm on Windows right now, and that's because I have other apps that I have to use for some client work I'm doing this summer. but like when I have Ubuntu on this machine, and I just installed it like manually, and I had to do like some like package manager ninja stuff in order to actually get it to work. Sorry, I'm hungry. Oh, right. I need to record an outro. I want to get this food out of my mouth. I'll take my headphones off. Well, that's Jay's video. It sucks that he's having all these issues. Yeah, I don't know. What should they say for the outro for Jay's video? I don't even know. Pardon me. Man, I'm full. I gotta log that. Oh, dang it. I'll be right back. What am I doing? Sorry, guys. Hold on one second. Sorry, I had to take my medication. skip the outro and put a clippy. Thank you, KR. I'm glad you signed it. Yeah, I don't know. That was so much fun. Thank you for hanging out with me. I don't know if it turned out well. But yeah, I'm going to do an outro. I'm going to get this outro done, and then I should probably do an intro for this Deno video too, or Dino, because I want to make a video about this too. All right, I'm going to do all of that in one fell swoop here. Watch a professional work right here. Well, that's Jay's video. I wasn't expecting him to do another Linux video so soon, but it is nice to see. It's also nice to see other people's perspectives and their experiences using Linux. And so I wish him well. I don't know what's wrong with his machine, but hopefully he can get that figured out. Maybe if him and Wendell put their heads together, they can figure out what happened. I'd be willing to offer. I'm willing to offer my help in any way that I can as well. So Jay, if you're seeing this, you can reach out to me. I'm on Discord. I'm on Riot, and I'm on Blue Sky or Mastodon. So you can find me on any of those places. Riot, Revolt, whatever. I'm on Discord. I'm on Blue Sky and Mastodon. You can find me any of those places if you need help. But I think Wendell's probably more qualified to figure that out than I am. With that said, thank you all very much for watching. I want to thank my amazing patrons for their continued support. I've also got, with that being said, I want to thank my patrons, my YouTube members, and the folks over on the blog who donate financially every month to this channel. Makes what I do here a reality. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to get your name listed over here, you can use the links below to do that. And with that said, I'll see you guys in the next one. All right. What game have you been playing before you dip? I'm not done yet. I'm still gonna, I have like 2 more hours I want to do at least. I'm sorry. I'm recording an outro here. This is not, I'm not ending the stream here. Sorry. I don't know if I made that clear. I'm going to record another intro for the Dino video, and then I'm going to record an outro for the Dino video as well. So I'm not leaving. We still got another, I'm going to be doing this for another 2 hours, hopefully. All right, I'm just going to record that, and then we'll get back to doing some cool stuff. I actually have something else I want to do, and I'll give you guys some behind the scenes with it, which I'm pretty excited about. So do you guys know how evil? So you guys know, like, big tech is evil, right? But do you know, like, the most? But do you know what the most But do you know the most underrated evil big tech company? Do you know what that is? But do you know what the most underrated evil tech company is? Oracle. Oracle is one of the worst companies of all time. And I wanted to go and watch this video from Dino over here, or is it Deno? I think it's Dino. And yeah, we're going to cover this. We're gonna react to Dino's video here, and make sure you stick around to the end because there's something I need you guys to do. So without further ado, let's get into this video here. Well, yeah, if you haven't yet, head over to javascript.tm, sign the petition because we need Oracle to lose the trademark for JavaScript. They're not doing anything with it. They are behaving in a way that is totally unethical and probably illegal. I'm not a lawyer, I can't say that for sure, but it doesn't seem fair. Let's just put it that way. So if you head over to javascript.tm, you can sign this. Sorry, guys. So if you head over to javascript.tm, you can sign up for this, and hopefully we can forcefully strip this evil company of a trademark that they have absolutely no right to maintain. And it will allow us to, and it will free up the community to innovate and just talk freely about the programming language that they use. I mean, like they said in the video, there are a ton of JavaScript developers who are afraid to talk about JavaScript by using the trademarked name. It is wild to me that we're in this predicament. So head over to javascript.tm, sign the petition. Thank you very much. And if you like the work that I'm doing here, if you believe in what I'm doing, you can help support this show with a monthly contribution on Patreon, as a YouTube member, or through my my blog that I post weekly content on. It's all greatly appreciated. It all helps this show grow. With that said, if you want to get your name listed over here, there are tiers that will let you do that. And with that said, thank you so much for watching. Sign that petition, and I'll see you guys in the next one. I love it when my chair creaks when I'm trying to do this. All right, I'm gonna have like 2 or 3, yikes, sorry. I'm gonna have a couple more bites of this. And then I wanna do something else. I'm gonna stop recording. All right, guys. Oh, damn it. I just remembered. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I really need to get a... Do I have one? I need like a 5-port, like 10 gig switch. I'm gonna check Amazon and see if I can get one. 5-port, 10 gig switch. Or even if it's multi-gig, that would be fine. Yowza, dude, these are expensive. These are very expensive. Let's do multi-gig. $2.5. Okay, that's way more reasonable. Here, let me show you this. I'm looking at maybe one of these. D-Link 5-port 2.5 gigabit unmanaged gaming switch. Yeah, I'm thinking, so here's the deal. So I have the ATEM Mini Extreme on my desk, and in order to dump video files off of it over the network, I need to plug it into the network. The problem is, if you remember yesterday, I was streaming and I had to copy, or like I had to unplug the ATEM so I could plug in the network switch for the retro machines over here. So what I need is like one of these that can sit on the desk. Oh my God, that's even cheaper. How is that even possible? That's so cheap. Basically, I need one of these to sit on my desk, and then I need one of these to go to the ATEM. I need one of these to go to the 100 megabit switch over here. What's the local used market like? I don't know. I don't even know where I would look. Maybe Craigslist? Hold on. Craigslist? Yeah. Let's go network switch. Yeah, so Nashua, New Hampshire. That's so you can see there's no tech community where I live. There's literally no tech community where I live at all. I live in Maine. If I go like this, if I type in like iMac, look at this. There are 3 options. And this actually right here, oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen one of these available. Where is this? Bangor? Dude. I'm actually going to buy this because I've been wanting one of these. I have one, but the internal bezel smashed, and the guy I bought it on eBay, and the guy who sent it to me, like, was like, "Oh yeah, it works just fine," and then he packed it in like literally like Kroger shopping bags. Like it was in a box wrapped in plastic shopping bags, and it was just like totally smashed, and it didn't work when it got here. I'm actually gonna. Dude, I'm literally heading that way next week, so I'm gonna call this guy. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna send a quick email. Sorry. I really want this. It's been ages since I've used one. Dude, I absolutely love classic Macs. Like so much. I want this so bad. Like I literally don't even care what the specs are. I just want this. And then I'll do a live stream for it. I just sent my email. I just sent him an email. Papa Zero, you have to drive through Amish country to get to Bangor? You might drive right by my house. Do you live in Maine, Papa Zero? I live in Amish country. Booth Bay Harbor. Yeah, that's on the other side of the state for me. Yeah. Booth Bay. I mean, it's kind of on the mid coast, right? I live up towards Belfast. I won't say exactly where, but it's not hard to find out where I live because I don't care about hiding it. You can emulate classic Mac OS on an M series Mac. That's neat, but like legitimately, emulation is kind of boring to me. Dude, look at this. This comes with some like, like some old stuff, like ClarisWorks, Fax STF, Kai Photo Soap. Quicken Deluxe 98 from Macintosh and Williams Sonoma Guide to Good Cooking. I really want this. Like, I don't really care about this stuff, but I want to try Williams Sonoma Guide to Good Cooking. There's something about, like, classic Mac applications that, like, bring me joy. What are the other pictures? That's a good question. Oh, look, feet. Oh, man, it's got the original box? Holy cow. Dude. I'm definitely picking this up, dude. macOS 9 featuring Sherlock. It says it has 8.7 installed. 8.1 is installed, and he has macOS 9. Dude, having that on disk, oh, that's gonna, oh man. It looks like this one is even sealed in the box, like AppleWorks 6. The way you are about classic Macs, I am for classic ThinkPads. Yeah, hey, you know what? That's awesome. KRAR, so fun. It's story time. It is story time, all right? So first of all, did I grow up on classic Macs? Well, I grew up on Windows. Like, my family always had, we had an HP Pavilion. Actually, I want to find a picture of it. HP Pavilion. 90s. Oh my God, I keep accidentally shift entering on DuckDuckGo and it brings up the stupid goddamn, look, I keep doing this. Shift enter. And it brings up Duck AI. Literally, I'm using this to get away from AI, dude. Leave me alone. So I had one of these, like HP Pavilions. Come on. What is happening? Anytime. Click on this. I had one of these. Whatever this is pretty much what I had when I was growing up. And then I also had a Gateway 2000. Dude, I think I actually literally had like this model. Like this looks so familiar to me. Like it had the speakers mounted on the monitor. It had the microphone built into the monitor. It had these weird like buttons, and it had like the little badge. I remember, yeah, dude. This, I'm pretty sure I had basically this one. We had this keyboard too. Looking at it, the sleep button there in the middle. Yeah, this thing was like ridiculously underpowered. But this is the first, this is probably the second PC my family had, and this is the one I remember. But you asked about Mac. Hold on. So, did I grow up on Macs? Yes, kind of. My best friend Carl, his dad was a Mac salesman. He was an independent Mac reseller, and so, and a Mac technician. And so I would go over to Carl's house, and Carl had a Mac Color Classic in his bedroom. Was it a Mac Color Classic? It was like the classic Mac, but it had a color screen. And then he had, they had like the Bondi Blue, or no, it was not the Bondi Blue. It was the other blue iMac G3 in the office. And then his dad also had a Windows NT powered workstation where he did all of his business operation from, which I thought was hilarious. Yeah. But I grew up with that. And then when the G4 came out, they had that. Like, and the Power Mac G4. They had the Power Mac G4, and they watched, like, Carl, like, he was the first one I knew who figured out how to pirate stuff, like music. and he pirated the entire Linkin Park Hybrid Theory and burned a copy of it for me on his Power Mac G4, and also burned a copy of the Gorillaz, their first album, and that was yeah. And I have a lot of fond memories of going over there and playing like Myst and what was Bungie's game? Not Marathon. That's it. I went over there and played Marathon. Mateus, no, I am 36. Or am I 36 or 37? I can't remember. Sorry guys, I'm on Windows. I've said it multiple times, but there are people coming in and out, so I just wanted to. I was born in '88. So if I do, what is it, 2025 minus 1988, I'm going to be 37 in November. I can't do math in my head, like, even a little bit. So that's that. So Compact Presario SR12311. I want to see what KRAR used. Is it this one? Yeah. So my cousin had one of these. And I had, like, one of the... I had a Gateway 2000. It's not that one. Which one is it? Mateus, good for me. I'm 36. I'll be 37 this year. So, oh, is it this one? No, that's the 5000 series. What the hell? I don't see it here. I had the Gateway 2000. Oh, sorry. You wrote SR 12311, so that's why I was confused. Let's go. Is it this one? Which one is it? You tell me. The middle black one. This one? Yeah, I think my family had one like Umber 5 or number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I had something similar to that like later on. Soka says, "Man, you look 26." Thank you. I try to keep myself in relatively good condition. You know, being a type 1 diabetic has its drawbacks, but it also has some benefits for sure. Like, I have to exercise, I have to like eat healthy and consciously. That's fun. No, yeah, you're good, Mateus. I'm closer to 50 than I am 20. That's bananas. So yeah, that's a really cool one. I had a Gateway 2000, and I don't remember the model number. Oh, it was this guy. I had one of these. My aunt bought a new PC, and the same aunt that gave me my Super Nintendo and NES, she bought a new PC, and I went over and helped her like do some work on her house. And she ended up giving me this, which was sick. And I had this was my PC, and I had it in my bedroom, and I connected it to the internet. And you can imagine the kind of shenanigans like a 12-year-old would get up to with like vaguely outdated PC hardware in the early 90s. I'm not proud of it. In terms of like what's the oldest PC I own right now? I have an IBM Aptiva in the closet back there. Oh, that would be a fun stream to just use the old IBM Aptiva with Windows 98 on it. Yeah, dude, that would be so much fun. The Sony R505 tech has an Intel Pentium 3. Oh my God, USB 1.1. So I have the Aptiva that I have has an AMD K6, I believe. Is that right? K6 CPU, which is like a Pentium 4 equivalent, I think. I'm not super hip on older hardware like that. You know, actually, this one looks a little bit more familiar to me. I don't know. It was one of these two, like something like this. I remember it had like a 200 megahertz CPU in it. The P5, yeah, 75. Is that a 75 megahertz Pentium 5? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. But it was like one of the, it laid down flat, and it was super duper 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 cool. I played The Sims. I played the hell out of The Sims. You had an Intel 186. A 186? A 186. Guys, I'm happy to report that lunch only had like a 3 point, at 127 before I started eating, my blood sugar was at 134, and now it's at 143. So, 11 points. Is that right? I can't do math. I installed Windows XP on it over 1.1, and it took 8 hours to install. Wish I could run any Linux distro, but it only had 128 megabytes of RAM, so it was really limited. You can't use like oh crap, I can't remember. There is a Linux distro that will run on something like that, but I don't remember what it is. Yeah, dude, we should do the Aptiva at some point on stream. That would be fun. IBM Aptiva. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna put my food away because I didn't eat all of it, and I'll be right back. And I have one other thing I want to do before we end the stream, and it's gonna take me a little bit. What? I need something else. I'm full, but I need something else. Here we go. I'm gonna do this. Just a little bite. Just a little bite. I don't need a whole lot. All right, guys. All right. So, do you guys know what I'm doing? No, you don't. Let's go here. I'm launching DaVinci. Get rid of that. That's one of them there Steam Decks, isn't it? Yeah, it is. All right, so Bernsey, you wanted a walkthrough of my DaVinci Resolve workflow. First thing you might notice is that there's a local tab and then there's network. I'm on network. I have my setup. I have my network set up where most of basically all of the most recent projects that I've worked on are actually stored on my home lab, on my server on my home lab. So these are like some of the client videos that I've done recently. This is a video I did for my friend's birthday. And you can see it's been a minute since I've done any work for myself. It's been quite a few minutes. I don't think I've posted a video. Soka, listen. So I'm doing work for some clients, and DaVinci on Linux doesn't support the type of codec that I'm using, that I have to use. And also, I have to use Affinity Photo, which I can't get running on Linux for some reason. Dude, Pravinder is the best. We just interviewed the guy from Pravinder here for the podcast that I'm doing. It's cool to meet a fellow Mainer, by the way. I love it. Anyway, so what I want to do here, so I've got all of these projects. They're all stored on the server in the closet. And so what's cool about that is that I can be on Linux, I can be on Windows, I can open up the projects, and I have whatchamacallums, the media sources. No, it's all good, Soka. I have all of the media libraries like synchronized so that they're on the same machine. Like they're mounted in /tank on Linux, and they're mounted on the W drive on Windows. And so I can like just very quickly go in and just open up these this content. These are projects right here. Each of these are different projects that I'm working on. So I can open this up now. And so if I opened this up on Linux, it would all just work just the same. Because when I'm doing my videos, they're all like Linux compatible. But this is like the shorts that I've been working on, right?
Did you know there's a
Here, wait. I gotta have headphones on.
hidden settings menu on your Steam Deck? It's true. Go to Settings, System, Enable Developer Mode, and it will unlock the developer menu in the settings. This is awesome, and it's totally safe to do. It's especially useful if you're experiencing poor Wi-Fi performance on a 5 GHz Wi-Fi network. Go to Settings, Developer, and then switch off the Enable Wi-Fi Power Management option. But one of the things that I appreciate most about being in developer mode is that the power menu has a new option, Reset Steam. This is exactly like it's.
So here's the deal. This is the stuff that I've been working on. I've been doing shorts for the channel recently, and I want to record some of the B-roll for these with you guys right now. What do you think about that?
Here's something you might not know about the Steam Deck. One of the most awesome parts of the Steam Deck is the virtual keyboard. You can bring up the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well-known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touchpad to control a cursor that lets you pick the key you want. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type the key into your input field. It takes a little practice, but it's also so much faster than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters, and I simply can't go without trackpad typing anymore. But the virtual keyboard on SteamOS is also great because it has a full emoji keyboard, as well as every Steam emoticon built right into it. It's really cool.
All right, so I'm gonna switch over here. I'm gonna start recording. Whoops, I'm gonna start recording. And I'm gonna switch back to ATEM real fast. I don't want this in the shot, and I don't want this in the shot, and I don't want that in the shot. I just want this. Now you guys are seeing like this, the live stream. Well, hello. Oh yeah, I played this again last night. This was really fun. 20xdx. 20xdx. Oh, there's also another cool thing I found. Wait, what, Soka? You didn't finish it right, because you can use like videos that show what are you doing and how to do it on a Steam Deck. I'm not sure what you're asking. Langston's Entropy, I use Windows 2, QEMU, KVM, and a dump mail account. Makes pretty good Windows 11 experience on a virtual machine. Listen, I bought this machine, my Linux, oh my God. I bought this computer thinking that's what I was gonna do. And then it turns out that none of the IOMMU groups were compatible with running a virtual machine, a Windows virtual machine with GPIO pass-through. Or not GPIO, GPU pass-through. Oh, in the video? Yeah. Soka. I haven't finished this one yet. Can you auto-generate the subs? Yeah, absolutely. So if I go like this, and I come over here and push O, now I'm just going to generate the subs for this. If I go here to timeline, go to AI tools, create subtitles from audio, I can hit create, and then my GPU will blast through this. And this works on Linux too. Boom. Do you see how fast that is? Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh, I'm so silly. All right. So I just did this, but watch this. Ready? I, right, to place the in, O to place the out. I can go up here to timeline, go to AI tools, create subtitles from audio, and then I can hit create. And it will go in here and create them, and it does it really quickly.
Here's something you might not know. You probably know that your Steam library is not only limited to games. You probably know that your Steam library is not only limited to games. You can get a ton of software through Steam, stuff like Godot Game Engine, Asebright, and other awesome stuff. But did you know that you can buy music through Steam?
And it's all done locally too.
Now, I own a ton of soundtracks.
Langston, I really want to use Proxmox, but I mean, I have a Proxmox machine that it's like my server in the closet. But the problem is the IOMMU groups in this motherboard, like the only two GPU compatible slots that won't cause like a bottleneck in my on my motherboard are in the same fucking IOMMU group, which means that like in order to pass a GPU through to a virtual machine, what I have to do is buy a new processor that has a GPU, like it's like an APU processor, and that way I can like have them separately. Even though I have two GPUs, I wouldn't be able to like separate the two GPU compatible like 16x slots in this machine because they're both on the same like IOMU bus. But yeah, isn't that cool how this like it's being these are generated on your CPU.
Now, I own a ton of soundtracks for some of my favorite
I mean on your GPU, the subtitles. So all right, I'm going to capture some footage here.
Here's something you might not know about the Steam Deck. One of the most awesome parts of the Steam Deck is the virtual keyboard. You can bring up the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and press
The virtual keyboard. Well, let's, what would be a good place to show the virtual keyboard? Like, and show, like popping it up physically. Favorites, installed. Yeah, whatever, I'll do 20XX. Oh no, I have Discord open already. Let's go into Discord. Well, let's not dox everybody I'm talking to. That's funny. Maybe Discord isn't the greatest option here. Oh, thank you, Burnsy. Oh man, Langston, I bought this PC. Hold on, wait a minute. So I bought this PC 2 years ago with the intention of, like, I have a 5900X, Ryzen 9 5900X, 12 cores, right? I was planning on dedicating 6 cores to a Windows VM and dedicating 64 gigabytes to a Windows VM. Dedicating one of the network interfaces in this machine. Dedicating one GPU. I was going to have 2 in here. I had 2 in here at one point. I couldn't get them both to work at the same time because they're on the they're on the same IOMU groups. So I was going to have like 2 really good machines in this one. And then because of the IOMMU stuff, I couldn't do it. And I can't use DaVinci without a GPU. And that's like the only reason I really wanted to have like a dedicated, what's the word? A VM, a Windows VM, is so that I could use DaVinci, because DaVinci is great and it's almost at complete feature parity on Linux as it is on Windows, as it is on Mac. But the problem is that Windows and Mac can play back AAC audio encoded, and when Linux can't for some reason. It's like a licensing problem. And because of that, I have to use Windows for some of the work that I do for some clients. Basically, if I'm using like the audio from the ATEM Extreme, I have to use Windows. And because I'm doing that for this podcast, I have to be on Windows for that. I'm going to turn the volume down. But yeah, so essentially, I need to switch back to this so I can see full screen what I'm doing. So what I'm doing here is I like to have my arms in this. I don't like them like this because then it's hard to like crop them out. But if I go like this, then I can like bring up my trackpad or whatever. Yeah. But I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to get in this one, right? I don't know why I chose Bulletstorm. That's not a great option. I haven't tried that, Soka. That's I should try that. You can separate them. Well, here, so my understanding is that in order to actually set that up, they have to be set like. So wait, let me back up. So there are 4 PCIe slots in my machine. The top one and the third one down are 16x. This one and that one are 8x, right? These two, for some reason, are on different IO-MMU groups. These two are on the same IO-MMU group. And these two are the only ones that I can use the GPUs on because they're 16x. And the problem with that is that there are several USB controllers and all of them are on this IO-MMU group. The frickin' there's like 2 other things. One of the network interfaces is on the same IO-MMU group. Or no, actually, I think it's like, because I have a 10 gig network card in here too. And I believe it's these 3 are all on the same IO-MMU group. And so I can't have my host have the 10 gigabit networking. I can't have one of the GPUs. Can I separate them even if they're part of the same group? I didn't think I could. That was the problem that I was facing. Let me play this again.
Pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touchpad to control a cursor that lets you pick the key you want. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type the key into your input field. It takes a little practice, but it's also so much faster than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters, and I simply can't go without trackpad typing anymore. But the virtual keyboard on SteamOS is also great because it has a full emoji keyboard, as well as every Steam emoticon built right into it. It's really cool. Not know. You probably know that...
Okay, I think I got all the footage of this, but I want to just go ahead and... Let's go back to ATEM so I can see what I'm doing. And we're going to go up here. Oh, you can't even read that. Well, let's I don't know. Anyway, that's fine. I don't really care. I think that's good. Soka, could you send me some documentation on that? Because I really want to do that. I hate dual booting so much. Part of me just kind of wants to buy like a Mac, like an M4 Mac or something, and then use that for media production, and then have everything else be Linux. I just don't like having Windows. Man, I gotta stop that down, actually. Ugh. Woo! All right, that's probably good, right? All right, let's try that again. I'll go up here. Make sure my head's not in the shot. Boom. Okay. Bernsey, do I have my own Discord channel for the Discord server for the channel? I do, but I never go in there. I only use Discord for like chatting with High Tech and James for my podcast. Papa Zero, I only like old versions of Windows. I don't use it otherwise. I mean, I have to use it, but I don't like it. I like Windows 98. I like Windows 3.1. I even like Windows XP. But I don't like modern Windows at all. So I just recorded the B-roll for a short. I'm going to do the same thing here. Which bad boy? Soka, you can leave it in the chat here, or you can send it to me on like Discord or Mastodon or something. Windows 2000 before colorful blobs took over. I like Windows 2000. It was good. Windows 11 is pretty secure because of Hyper-V, though. Not privacy respecting, but a pretty secure operating system. Yeah, I mean, they got that, I guess. Except for when it crashes and takes down a third of the economy. What happened to that Windows 2000 source leak project? I don't know. Anthony, what's the he uses Mac for his media? Yeah. Honestly, I've been thinking about getting like a Mac like a MacBook Pro or a Mac Studio or something, because it's like you just can't beat it. The price is like really good. Now people bitch about the Apple tax, but like for what you're getting, it's actually really good. Wait, I gotta re-listen to this.
That your Steam library is not only limited to games. You can get a ton of software through Steam, stuff like Godot Game Engine, Acebright, and other awesome stuff. But did you know that you can buy music through Steam? Now, I own a ton of soundtracks for some of my favorite games.
The Mac, I'd really want like a Mac Studio for my desktop, but I would really like to get a laptop as well. I don't know. I want to kind of look actually at that. Let's not dox myself. MacBook Pro. $1,500. $1,600. at least it's all 16 gigabytes, right? I kind of would want to opt for like the 24 gigabyte, but I also don't want to spend $2,000 on a freaking laptop. I don't know. The thing is, like, I hate this. I absolutely, absolutely hate this, and I recognize that this is so awful. But there is a perception, especially in my industry, of like, if you're using a PC, you're not a professional. I know that I know that that's out there, and I hate that that's the case. But like, that is the reality that I face. Bro, if you went with the 20 core and the 24 gigabytes of unified RAM, it's $2,500. Yeah. The Air with 24 gigabytes of RAM is $19.99. Yeah, no, Sandy, I agree. This is like insane. This is why I haven't bought one, because even I know that like the Mac Studio is like a much better deal, especially if you already have like mouse keyboard and monitors and stuff. But like, yeah, these prices, the MacBook prices are crazy. But like even the Mac Mini here, like this is it's like $600. That's like a high-end NUC, you know? Like, and this thing will blow a frickin' a NUC out of the water if you're for certain workloads. So I don't know. Yeah, these things are amazing for media production. I'm assuming that's what you use it at for your church at. Up until a month ago, I was doing $1 million deal with an 11-year-old laptop. Nice. Yeah, this is so much better of a deal. I would probably end up going with like some. I think 24 is like the minimum for the specs that I'm going for, and like they're trying to screw you with the only having 512 gigabytes of storage, but this really doesn't matter because I have all of my media on my server. Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get back to editing.
You probably know that your Steam library is not only limited to games. You can get a ton of software through Steam, stuff like Godot Game Engine.
All right, so let's go here like this. We're going to start recording again. We're going to go back here. We're going to type in Godot. Godot. I almost said God of War because it was the next game over. Let's go to the store page, actually. So we're recording that. It says it's unsupported, which is hilarious. We're going to go here. No, categories. Is there like a non-game section? Is there just like a software section? Software. So this will be the first shot. Great. And then Godot is the next one, and I already talked about that. Sprite. Sprite. Boom. Great. So that's that. Now what? Music. Categories. All categories. soundtracks. Yeah, dude. That's a good soundtrack. Vampire Survivors. That's a good soundtrack. Ooh, Age of Empires 3, dude. Get out of here with that. Oh, it's so good. The Xbox UI theme for SteamOS. I have not. Ooh, that would be fun. Xbox UI theme for SteamOS. Remind me to do that in a minute. Hold on. I want to just get this done here. Undertale. Portal. Half-Life Alyx. Oh, you better believe. Oh, dude. Dangeresque. The Rumisode Triangulate soundtrack. Oh my God, guys. Yikes. I think it was the tomatoes that did it. The sun-dried tomatoes caused a little bit of a spike. I should probably go address that. I haven't taken... Oh, I forgot to log it. Gosh darn it. I did take... Gosh darn it. Dang it. I don't remember what I took. I think it was 6, and I don't... Do you guys... Yeah, dude, real time. And it's like spiking right now, and I don't remember when I took... I use Android. Oh, gosh darn it. Hold on. I gotta like check when I went and did my blood sugar, because I did it on stream when I last did. I think it was about an hour ago. No, when did I go get food? because I did it around that time. I don't know. I'm not sure what time am I a cyborg? You tell me. Yes, I am. Lunchtime, I think I ate around noon and it's 2:30 or like, I don't know. I might have ate around 1. But that right there is not great. Like that's pretty bad. And I forgot to log what time I did it. Oh, I can check my security camera. I'm going to do that because that will tell me exactly what time I did it. Ha ha ha. Smart. Because I can actually watch myself do it. I have a camera in my living room. Do 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 do. All right, it's gonna be here. And when did I? I'm just gonna mute this. I don't need to hear it. I do remember what I actually took, but I don't remember when I took it. And it's probably safe for me to take more. Right? Right? I usually am really good about logging, and I just completely forgot. Oh yeah. It was at 1:30. It was at 1:30? No, it was at... Huh? What? That ain't right. No, it was at 1:30. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just had to make sure I got this. It was at 1:20? Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Burnsy, I really appreciate that. So the cool thing about this app, this is Xstrip Plus, and this is an open source app that lets me like track my sugar and stuff. So I can, if I click on this, I don't really love this interface. I kind of wish that I could do something different with the UI. But, oops, that is not right. I need to go here. I did 5 units, and I did it at 13:20. See, this kind of jank right here. 13:20 HHMM. That's, don't like that, but whatever. So now we'll log it, and now you can see how like the half-life of it, or not the half-life, but the effectiveness of it. And I have to wait until like another 30 minutes, but it's also projecting Like the purple here is projecting my sugar over time. I find that this is slightly inaccurate. And I also didn't log, I didn't even weigh the food. But yeah, anyway. Type 1. Fun stuff. Oh yeah, and this is a different app. This is my app that I use because it helps me track and it gives me access to like my previous data and stuff. But I also am logging it here for my in the Dexcom app for my doctor, for my endocrinologist to see. And I took 5 units at 1:20. So I have to log it in 2 places right now, which kind of sucks. But yeah, it doesn't seem to have. Yeah, diabetes is not a joke. It is not fun. I don't wish it on my worst enemy, but yeah. Hey man, listen. Dude. All right, so diabetes, like I'm not kidding. I don't think I've told this story before. But I'll just sum it up. 3 years ago-ish, I don't remember exactly when, I got diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I was told, my doctor basically said, this is your fault because you eat too much candy. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he didn't say it like that. He had a better bedside, but he was like, you know, you're in this predicament because, you know, you eat too much candy. And I was like, I don't feel like I eat that much candy. I don't drink soda. I don't snack. I don't like high carb, like snacks and shit. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, but the good news is type 2 diabetes is beatable. And I was like, great. That's awesome. So he put me on whatever that, whatever the one that everybody loves, the Ozempic stuff. It's not Ozempic, it's Rybelsus. He put me on Rybelsus. And so I'm on Rybelsus and it's working, but over time it's starting to like become less and less effective. And so flash forward to December and my doctor just disappears from his clinic. Like he just stops showing up to work and blah, blah, blah. And he was like on, I don't know if he was on, I was told that he was on sabbatical and he wouldn't be back for 6 months. And I was like, okay, that's crazy. So I was seeing another one of the doctors in that clinic. And then my doctor just decided he was going to quit instead of coming back. So he quits and he ended up going to a different clinic. And keep in mind, he was a pediatrician. He was my pediatrician when I was, so I've had him for a very, very long time. He was my doctor. And then he just disappeared on me. So, and I had followed him to like 4 different clinics. He asked me to come with him to 4 different clinics and then just disappears. So now I'm like, okay, well, I've been seeing this other doctor and I tried to make an appointment with her and they called me back and they were like, hey, by the way, your doctor's never coming back and you need to find a different doctor because this doctor, because, you know, your doctor left and therefore we don't have the bandwidth to care for you anymore. I was like, okay. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. My prescriptions stopped working. Like I don't know if you guys know anything about blood sugar, but like, you know, it's in America, we use the, milligram per deciliter or something for blood sugar. And so like a normal blood sugar range is like 70 to 180. And my blood sugar had been in the 240s since December until a couple of months ago. So like 6 months maybe, I was like, I didn't have insulin. The prescription I was on wasn't working. and my blood sugar was essentially unmanaged, and I was literally, I felt like I was dying. I had, like, I couldn't feel my feet. Like, it was, dude, it was crazy. Anyway, I found a new doctor, and my doctor, the very first introduction meeting I had with him, he walked through the door and he said, "I've been reviewing your charts, and you are very clearly not type 2 diabetic." And I was like, "What?" He goes, "I think you have something called LADA, latent autoimmune diabetes in adults, which is essentially type 1, right? Like, the only difference between someone with type 1 diabetes and LADA is when they're diagnosed, right? Because most type 1 patients are diagnosed when they're like teens to early adulthood. I'm 36, right? And so because I am a type 1 who got diagnosed at 36, who presented the symptoms of a type 1 diabetic in middle age, essentially. I'm pretty much middle age. He was like, that's the only difference, is like when you were diagnosed. My pancreas does not produce insulin. So to answer who asked that, can I live without insulin? No, I cannot. Bernsey, yeah, American food is laced with all kinds of terrible shit. It's not cool. Yeah, he stopped showing up because I ate too much candy. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, diabetes is no good. Yeah, type 1 sucks. I mean, I'd rather be type 1 than type 2 though. Type 2 is harder to treat. Yeah, both of my mom's parents were type 2. My mom was a type 1 and my dad is a type 2. So like, it's in my family. Dude, my first doctor, like, I honestly feel betrayed by my first doctor. He didn't even tell me I needed an endocrinologist. I didn't know. He didn't give me, like, he sent me to a nutritionist, and that's it. He put me on a prescription, didn't even tell me how to use the prescription, just figured, he'll figure it out. And I read the instructions, but I was like, I don't know. I didn't read them close enough, I guess, because I was taking it wrong for the first 2 weeks of having it. And then, what was the other thing? And then he sent me to a nutritionist, didn't recommend me to an endocrinologist or nothing. Like, I was just up the creek, dude. Like, and I feel so fucking betrayed by that doctor. Anyway. I'm really glad I found this doctor too. Like, my original doctor, like, fully misdiagnosed me, and my current doctor is amazing. Langton, I'm 36. If I'm not middle age, I'm fast approaching. Dude, here's the thing, Aaron. Like, I really think that I don't think that he gave a shit. Like, that's what it felt like. And he was like pretty young too for a doctor. I think he might have been maybe 10 years older than me. And he didn't just abandon me. He abandoned every one of his patients that he was seeing, because he moved to a different clinic in a different medical system. You would have guessed I was in my late 20s. Yeah, no, I'm 36. When I was 29, I looked like I was 18, man. Oh man, I was recording something. Hold on. I just want to like finish this up real quick. Let's go here. That's not working. Anyway. All right. I think that's all I'm going to do. I think I've got enough here. So let's stop recording that. And I think I can just unplug this. I don't think that will cause an issue with the stream. One moment, please. And then I'm going to plug this in to my computer. And then I'm going to dump the footage. All right. We're going to shut that Steam Deck off. All right, so here, check this out. So screen capture. So this is what the ATEM root drive looks like. You can see if I go here, I can go to video ISO files. I can scroll down and grab all of camera 1 and all of camera 2. And then that's totaling 55 gigabytes. So I'm going to copy that to my drive, to my network drive. So here in August, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it, what's today, the 17th, the 18th? I don't care. Let's call it, I'm totally blanking. What am I doing? 17 episode Jay's 2 cents. I don't know. I don't know why I added that dash in there. So I'm going to copy these over here. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, the Xbox UI. That's right. Let's do that real quick. All right. How do we do the Xbox UI? I'm going to Google it. I got so many tabs open now. Xbox UI for Steam Deck. Is it like a theme? Yeah, Aaron, I did. I'm going to have to do that after the stream, I think. But thank you for sending those over. Xbox theme for Steam Deck. Deck themes. Is this where I'm going to find it here? I don't think I've ever done this. Xbox. Oh my God, dude. Are you kidding me? I kind of love all three of these. Guys, are you kidding? The NXE one? Yeah. This reminds me of the good old days here. Oh. No way, dude. Okay, that's cool. I kind of want to do the other one, though. Xbox. Like this Xbox 360 Metro. Or I at least want to look at it. I like this look better, I think. Yuck. That's terrible. That's bad. Let's... Oh my gosh, it's not remembering my searches. What about this one? Xbox. This feels like the 360 here. Yuck, dude. That is horrifying. All right. It's really bugging me that that's not remembering my searches. Let's do the NXE here. So my first attempt at the beloved dashboard for the Xbox 360, feel free to message me. Okay. I think I'm going to have to do this on the Steam Deck, actually. I don't know how to actually do this. Let's go to switch to desktop. Dude, Blades, tell me about it. Have you guys, so I have a hacked 360 and I have like the Blades dashboard running on it. It's so nice. Oh yeah, I had that going. And it looks, the Blades dashboard looks so freaking good, by the way. I don't know if you know this. It looks so good. What is this? Deck themes.com. Go. Download for Steam Deck. Oh, it's through Decky Loader. Yeah, I have Decky Loader, I think. Do I? I'm pretty sure I do, but I'm just gonna check anyway. Yeah, dude, soft modding a 360 is awesome. I don't have it running, so I need to add that. All right, we're gonna install Decky. So, download. Let me type in my password, my super secret password. All right, we're downloading it. Great. Then, what do we do next? Go back here, install it, open the plugin store, search for CSS loader, and then once it's installed, you can download and manage your themes in the Decky menu. Oh, so I did need to come in here to do that, but I guess I didn't have to. Log out. Dude, soft modded 360s are pretty neat, but like hard modded ones are the way to go still. You can, I'm pretty sure you can mod any 360 model. Yeah. All right, go to Decky. Go here. CSS loader, install. All right, click this. All right, Xbox. What? All. How come I can't see it here? Hey, Kevros, how's it going? I'm only seeing Let's try an XE. Nope. Let's try... Hmm. It really feels like that should just work, right? Because it's showing up on my computer, man. I don't know. Well, I'm glad you're spending time with your brother. Family's really important. Switch back to desktop. I'm just going to manually download it and see what happens. Okay. Back. Search. Let's do all three of them. Why not? Oh, I gotta keep doing this. So can anyone answer this question for me? Why haven't we solved the tap into a thing to bring up a virtual keyboard if none is connected thing on desktops yet? Like, we really need to solve this issue. It doesn't matter which desktop environment you're using. It doesn't matter what web browser you're using. That should be a fairly simple problem to solve. I'm sorry. It really should be. Just, if you're on Firefox, hey, oh, it's an input field and there's no keyboard connected, pop up a virtual keyboard. That should be a solved issue already. I'm sorry. I know Windows has already solved it. That means it can't be that hard of a problem to solve because Windows sucks at everything. Hold on. Now we're going to eject. We're going to, not eject, extract. We're going to extract this one. And we're going to extract this one. Now, I believe if we go to deck, there should be... Does anyone remember where Decky's stuff is stored? EmuDeck, DevKit utils. It's not under Steam, I don't think. Does anyone remember where it's stored? It's in the homebrew folder. That's what I couldn't remember that. Yeah. Themes. I wonder if I just drop it here. Paste. Or would it be under? plugins. Cheat Deck, Decky Flatpak, Steam Grid DB, Junk Store, KDE Connect, CSS Loader. I think I put it in the right spot. Hopefully I did anyway. Let's log out now. Oh, Aaron, I just saw that. I'm sorry I missed it. I might have to move him again, but I'm kind of interested to see what happens anyway. Whoops. Hey, I got it. I got it first try. What's up? Do I have to like restart Steam now or something? I'm out of water. That didn't seem to do it. Hey, good news. My blood sugar's leveled off. Hopefully it'll go back down now. It's almost time to take my basal dose. Select a profile. Cappy menu. I'm just going to go with Compact Library View. I'm going to install this. And I'm going to go back into desktop mode. Yeah, I restarted Steam. I figured that would probably work better, but we'll see. Come on, I hope you bring up the Dolphin. Bring up the file manager, please. Right where I left off. Homebrew, plugins, themes. Compact library grid is there. So I'm not sure why this isn't working. Compact shared and theme.json. Config and theme.json. Theme.json and shared.css. But there's no CSS in here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why it's not working. Maybe it's because it's called dot profile. Let's just remove the dot profile. I don't have a virtual keyboard. All right, let's see what happens now. Do I can I access Decky from here? Big picture? I don't know anymore, guys. Try restarting the plugin loader. It seems like Steam is unresponsive. Well, oh my God, I keep hitting the wrong frickin' buttons. Yeah, I don't know how to get this working, guys. I'm going to try restarting Steam again. Yeah, that didn't work. I'm going to do what Praetorzen says. I'm going to connect my mouse and keyboard here. Mouse, keyboard. Ha ha ha. Switch to desktop. Linux are bad for gaming because Steam's hard. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can actually like open up big picture. We can. And Decky is here as well. So here's interesting. If we go to Decky, so we have this theme and we also have profiles here. And the profiles don't seem to do anything. All right. Oh my God. An hour has just disappeared, guys. I don't know what happened. But it literally feels like an hour just disappeared. I don't know what to do about this. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out. I will check out. That's where I put it originally, I think. Actually, here, wait. Let's rename this to .profile, which is what it was. Go like this. Go home. Dot local share Decky homebrew themes. Nope. So here's the thing. I installed Compact Library Grid. I installed Compact Library Grid through the plugin, and then it appeared in this folder. So that tells me these are in the right spot. These are also being detected by the plugin, but they're not. None of them are doing anything. So I'm not sure exactly what's wrong, but something is wrong. Maybe CSS loader is broken. I don't know, but none of these are working. So I think I'm gonna move on from this because this just doesn't seem to work for me. Also, I will check really quick. Deck, local, Decky, share decky. I don't have decky. Logs. Nope, that doesn't exist either. Sorry, I got to move on from this. What was I trying to do? There was something. Oh, yes. I got to put this back in to my computer. Reconnect. And then let's go in to screen capture. And we'll go like that. And we'll go back into here. And we're going to grab, is it this one? That's just like empty. Well, that looks like the only one that has. So this is I'm gonna move this back to July, SteamOS tips, B-roll, and I'm gonna rename this to, I don't know what I'm gonna name this. This is, what did I do in this one? I don't remember.
Here's something you might not know. You probably know that your Steam library is not only limited to games. You can get a ton of software through Steam.
Music.
You can bring up the keyboard at any time.
I'm going to rename this to music and keyboard. I like to keep things organized. And then we're going to go into B-roll. We're going to drag this in here. Boom. Where'd that go? Music and keyboard. So now what I'm going to do is this is like a ton of footage that I don't need.
And pressing the X button.
So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to duplicate this track, right? And then I'm going to go like this, go to my inspector, and move this one up. And then zoom in quite a bit.
Just like that. But there's a not so well-known way of typing super quickly on practice, but it's also so.
And I'm going to move both of these to the right just a little bit. And that way
much
it's like
faster
centered.
than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters.
Then I'm going to take this one, I'm going to move it down here, and I'm going to make this huge so that the entire screen fills the width of the video frame so that the bezels are just kind of poking out. Make it a little bigger. Okay, now if we zoom in, we can see that the bezels of the screen are just outside of the frame. And we're going to zoom in, set it to fit. Now, actually these need to be flipped so that they're on top, the bottom one's on top. And then we're going to go into color, and I'm going to go into mask. I'm going to add a mask. I'm going to move this over, and I'm going to move this down. Now it doesn't look like it's doing anything, but now if I go to add alpha, drag that down there, now you can see that we're seeing
And I simply can't.
the we're gonna move the top one here down so that like we're not seeing the fade out. And now you can also tell at some point here I should move my wrist so it's not disappearing.
It should short that you can sex is
Okay. Do I do the music on this one? No, I don't. Wait, did I mute? I didn't do the music back here, did I?
Scroll keyboard save
No.
you should delete button down and select
Alright, so let's bring this over here.
Here's something you might not know about the Steam Deck. One of the most awesome parts of the Steam Deck is the virtual keyboard. You can bring up the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. There's a not.
So let's go like this. Aaron, CapCut? What is CapCut? I've never heard of it.
You can bring up the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touch as well as every Steam emoticon built right into it. It's really... And Half-Life Alyx are just in control. Choose add friend and deck while your drive is connected.
CapCut is a video editor for Zoomers.
The mount, and if you make...
I didn't know Zoomers knew how to edit. Sorry, that was salty. See, the thing is, this gives you way more control than...
the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touchpad to control a cursor that lets you pick the key you want. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type the key into your input field. It takes a little practice, but it's also so much faster than using the not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touchpad to control a cursor that lets you pick the key you want. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type the key into your input field. It takes a little practice, but it's also so much faster than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters. And I simply can't.
There we go.
Much faster than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters, and I simply can't go without trackpad typing anymore. But the virtual keyboard on SteamOS is also great because it has a full emoji keyboard as well as every Steam emoticon built right into it. It's really cool.
There we go. That's another short done. That took me like 2 seconds to edit.
Settings menu on your Steam Deck.
So if I drag this over, now we have some music underneath it.
Here's something you might not know about the Steam Deck. One of the most awesome parts of the Steam Deck is the virtual keyboard. You can bring up the keyboard at any time by holding Steam and pressing the X button, just like that. But there's a not so well known way of typing super quickly on your Steam Deck. You can actually use each touchpad to control a cursor that lets you pick the key you want. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type.
Yeah, Burnsy. It's just easier this way rather than having it be like individual ones, because then I can just keep consistency between each one of them.
Type the key into your input field.
Yeah, Aaron, that would be really great if I got 100 million views.
It takes a little practice, but it's also so much faster than using the analog stick or the D-pad to hunt and peck for letters, and I simply can't go without trackpad typing anymore. But the virtual keyboard on SteamOS is also great because it has a full emoji keyboard. Once the cursor is over the key you're looking for, you can then press in on the trackpad and you'll type the key into your input field. It takes a little practice, but it's all.
Yeah, I do upload to TikTok, Burnsy. At least I have. I did upload the last couple of ones to TikTok, but they never get any views, so I don't know why I even freaking bother. Oh my God, please don't do that. Well, this is my TikTok page. 463 views, 260. Do any of them have comments? Nah, no comments.
Here's something you might not know.
I just have my show. I just have my show keyboard as the back button. It makes sense.
Here's something you might not know. Let's talk about haptic feedback settings on your Steam Deck. You can change the intensity of the haptic feedback on your system.
Ew. It makes me sick being on TikTok. Whoops. I mean, dude, honestly, my TikTok, I don't think I've ever got more than like 1,000 views on a video on TikTok. I have like, so this one has 1,700.
Well, this is quite intriguing. The Steam Deck's APU has nearly 1/6 of the overall die space going unused, with what appears to be 14 additional cores. So what could these possibly be? Well, this all comes from a report from High Yield on YouTube. His video says that these 14 cores are used for computer vision and tensor processing, so AI, but not on the Steam Deck. Actually, they were probably designed for the Magic Leap 2, which is an augmented reality headset. Now, on the Steam Deck, these cores seem to be inaccessible and disabled, at least for now. If you've got experience with x86 BIOS development, you could be the first person to discover if these cores have been physically disabled or not. This is because High Yield doesn't have the programming or hardware experience to probe further into this discovery. It would be awesome if someone could come out with a firmware that enables these cores, and the Steam Deck would be this little AI accelerator workhorse.
So I think that's my most popular TikTok. This one has 915, 942, 1,200.
Guys, Dbrand just sent me their kill switch case for the Steam Deck. This thing is awesome. Everything from how it feels in the hand to how it changes your grip on the deck, it's great. The textured rubber of the outer shell gives you a solid grip, while the hardened travel cover means you don't need to use the original carrying case. It fits better in a bag this way too. It comes with 2 sets of vinyl skins for the front of the case and 2 sets of thumbstick covers, which still give you access to the touch sensitivity of the thumbsticks. And it also comes with a glass screen protector. Now, I've always had trouble installing skins and screen protectors, but I was shocked how simple this ended up being thanks to their well-made and funny guide. Plus, there's a magnetic mounting plate on the back that has a kickstand, but Dbrand also teased more.
Yeah. 1,700, 3,000. Holy shit! I didn't realize I had.
Now, the biggest thing in the Steam Deck world this week has been the Tokyo Game Show. Valve has been making waves there in preparation for the deck's launch in Asian markets.
Can we just like stop for a moment and appreciate that I've lost 100 pounds since 2022? Like, oh my God! Look at how
Valve's been impressively coordinated in their marketing. They launched 4 new localized Steam Deck Twitter accounts. The Japanese Twitter account has more of those cute Steam Pal mascots that are just absolutely
unbelievable. Like even here, man, like you can see it. Like holy crap. So 3,300 is the most. And then this
Have
one.
you heard of Doom RPG? It's a Doom game that was released on flip phones in the early 2000s, and it's a real official Doom game. Let's run Doom RPG on the Steam Deck. Okay, so first, you need to download the Doom RPG PC port created by Eric194. There's a link in the description of this video. Unzip the files. You also need a copy of the original Doom RPG files. I can't tell you where to get them, but Googling it Doom RPG brew will turn up some results. Next, go ahead and unzip the Doom RPG files into the same directory as the PC port. Launch the bar-to-zip executable. This will apply the Doom RPG brew patch required for the PC port. Now, copy these files to your Steam Deck. Once you've done all this, add doomrpg.exe to Steam, set its compatibility layer to Proton 6.3-8, and then head back to game mode and have fun. Have you heard of Doom RPG? It's a Doom game.
I really like how well that loops, by the way. What is this?
Did you
one?
hear that you can now play Halo Infinite online on the Steam Deck? This is super awesome, especially considering the many folks who have complained about the lack of online multiplayer games on the deck. I mean, yeah, you can play Apex Legends, but like, I prefer my games to be fun. And getting it to work is extremely
Shots fired at Apex Legends, dude.
easy. First, boot into desktop mode. Then install Proton Up Qt from the Discover store. Once you have that installed, add GE Proton 7-26 as a compatibility tool. Restart Steam, then install Halo Infinite. Once you have Halo Infinite installed, right-click on the game and choose Properties. Now browse to Halo Infinite's files and delete or rename the Videos folder.
Yeah, this is old.
Finally, go to Halo Infinite's Properties, choose the Compatibility tab, check the box, and then choose GE Proton 726. And boom, that should work. Now you're playing Halo Infinite on your Steam Deck. Did you...
Nice. So, I mean, I've got a few thousand. Oh, this is a fun one. I did that just to freak Emily out, dude. That's funny. TikTok is so cringe. She legitimately did not expect that too. Hell yeah, I miss Jolly Gardiner. No, dude, I don't. Bro loves his videos. I do love my own videos. I'm not kidding. I love my videos. I mean, these I'm actually kind of happy that these have got a couple hundred views each. Oh yeah, this is the proper way to eat
I was told
Oreos,
that,
by the way.
This is weird, and I'm weird for doing it. But this is like the only way that I've ever found to do this without getting your hands all dirty. Oreos, Dunkin' milk, and it's pretty straightforward. Just you know, go ahead and stab it in there and dunk.
I don't know why. Just go ahead and stab it in there.
There you go. That's how I eat Oreos.
I don't eat Oreos anymore. That was before I was diagnosed as diabetic, too. I feel like there's another... Oh, yeah, this is a funny one.
I can't be the only one who's noticed this. This is The Mask, a movie made in 1994. He just woke up from a dream where his dog was licking his ear. And there's a frickin' jar of open peanut butter. I can't...
These are all cringe. It's all cringe. TikTok is just cringe. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh yeah. That was my roommate's dog. He was a good boy. He always just was like, he would sit there and just look at me. Anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done. I'm getting tired. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I really love hanging out with you guys. This is a lot of fun. Let me just check the stream. Yeah. 4-hour stream, dude. Burnsy, you've been here for most of it. I appreciate you. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're gonna do another one of these tomorrow, probably. I've got some friends coming over, so I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do a 4-hour stream, but I'll try to do like 2, at least tomorrow. See you later. Bye. Yes.